we are finally live again. Say hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I should probably make chat
Hello,
on
friends.
Twitch.
It's been a little bit since we actually
It's been-
got together.
Been a long day.
It's been a long time.
Long. Immediate DCM's right.
Oh no! Oh, stream taken down. Sorry. But
No, sorry,
it's-
YouTube.
I checked the last time we had a Strahd session. I think it was in May. So like we took the whole summer
It was
off
at
of
least 2 months,
Strahd.
yeah.
Yeah, the whole summer off
Wow.
of Strahd essentially. We had a few
Great.
candle.
Strahd went to the beach.
Strahd went to the beach. Yeah, exactly. He needs some sun, you know.
He needs to get a tan.
Is that what his
My boy-
curse
my boy
is?
will pay.
That he wants sun
He can't
and there is no
tan.
sun. Yes.
He used to, you know, gym tan laundry every day before he got cursed. So
I mean, that does, but like, what part of the sun are vampires like? Like, what part of the sun is dangerous to vampires? The UV, or like, can they
Vitamin
theoretically
D.
get like a tan in one of those machines without dying?
I mean, I think it's the UVs that give the tan, and it's probably the UVs that are dangerous, because like they don't get burned by like candlelight or stuff. So the infrared
That
is
is
kind
true.
of okay.
So
That's
they're
what I
just
would say.
very
this
prone,
is just
very
how
prone to skin
vampires
cancer.
Forever young. They just
Yeah,
they
like-
know that to avoid wrinkles, they gotta stay out of the sun.
Yeah, that's true.
It's fair. It's the only way to live forever.
Gosh.
Yeah, so I think we're
With
all
the
pretty
sun.
Maybe they're
excited
not
to get
immortal.
talking.
They just have very good skincare.
Yep. So just to considering we haven't played in such a long time, what we're gonna do today is we're gonna have a bit more of a chill fireside chat style session, bit of like a mid-campaign session 0 where I prepared a bunch of questions for my players, and we're just gonna sort of check in and see in terms of like, our gameplay, the content that we've been throwing at them, where to go from here. So I haven't done a mid-campaign session 0 before, but thank you, Morgan, for the suggestion. And I think it'll be good given that we've had such a long break and just kind of get everyone back on the same page. And if we have time at the end of the session, we'll just jump in and let our players do like a little sort of RP by the campfire to get the story rolling.
Woo!
But that being said, I think, Matt, you had a bit of a shout out for someone who gifted you a free webcam for some reason.
Yeah. I don't know if you want me to name his name, but my contact of mine at Elgato was watching us stream, I think it was a couple weeks ago in Candlekeep, and he noticed that my webcam could use a little bit of HD punch up, so the good people over there at Elgato sent me their Facecam Pro, which is what you're watching my particular face on. You know, we all know I could use all I can get to get a little bit to look a little bit better. So thank you so much for providing that, and yeah, I'll be streaming a little bit more. Maybe we'll do a little bit more Baldur's Gate. Christy and I too. We did streaming I think 2 weeks ago of it, and we did a little bit of face cam on there too, so yeah, it's giving me a little bit
A
more
little
inspiration
bit
to
of
stream.
streaming.
Look at Matt, and
yeah, only
1080p.
Yeah, only 30 hours of streaming Baldur's Gate. It wasn't that much,
Yeah.
right?
Hell.
So yeah, thanks so much. This is really cool. This thing's gigantic actually, and it's looking pretty good so far. So yeah.
The rest of us could use one too.
I would also like to appear in 1080p.
We'll use some of the stream funds for something, I think, for the
I
party.
don't know if it's because you're the one that's running the stream, but your camera does look a lot more HD than everyone else's.
I also have like a key light, a main light. I have
you're
like
set up.
I'm set up for it too. I think just
Yeah.
a few lights helps like a shit ton. Like if I just turn off these lights, like, I still look okay.
Oh, that's still cool, mate. That's
It's still cool. No, but as in like yours look a lot less pixely compared to everyone else's
Yeah.
on the stream.
I mean, you can see all my pores. Just get in close.
Yeah, give us them blackheads.
Yeah.
Enhance.
Are you getting your feed, Matt, your camera from Discord, or are you getting your feed from direct from your webcam?
I'm getting everyone's webcams from Discord, including my own.
Okay.
It's just easier that way.
So it's not about Discord.
No, if anything,
So,
Discord
no, he just
is.
looks better than us.
I mean, Discord will, I think, maybe degrade it a little bit. But I'm also I'm grabbing my camera on my computer will come off better even on Discord than everyone else's. So even if you had, you know, a really nice webcam, it won't necessarily, like this one, it won't necessarily come as well, because if you'll notice, like sometimes when we're streaming, people will cut out or whatever, and you'll get pixelated bits or delay. So I mean, it's just kind of the nature of things, unless you have everything, you know, 100%. And we're also very far away from each other, Australia to Canada, so you know, there's a lot of factors that go into how well the stream or anyone's individual camera is going to pop up. When you add in the layers of Discord and OBS and Twitch, you know.
And Australia's shitty internet.
Yeah. So.
Well, before
I
you
think we all
said that,
did
I was
pretty
going to
good.
say, well, Matt and Christy could just move to Australia, and then it'd be closer and it'd be easier.
I don't think we have the game industry that they do in Canada.
Sadly, I don't think so.
We have like Half-Brick Studios and that's it.
Yeah. I don't know if they shut down the Ubisoft Australia office, because they shut down the Ubisoft Canada one, the marketing.
It sounds like something that you should be looking into.
Or you
No.
can join the company that made the Goose game.
Yeah.
They haven't made anything else since, but anyways.
got
So,
their backlog.
yeah, they do. They just need one game. So, in terms of how I want this chat to sort of work, like, I'm not gonna go around and be like, okay, what do you think now? What do you think? What do you think now? Everyone just chime in when they feel like it. I want this just to be like a very sort of a frank and natural discussion. So, I know, like, I only sent the questions out not too long ago, but even if you just come up with something on the fly, and I think that, at least for me, it will be helpful to see where everyone is feeling about where the story and your own characters are going, and just gives me a bit more of an idea of like what you guys want more of, less of, blah blah blah. Okay.
Excellent. Sounds good.
Alrighty. So, well, that being said, let's get started. So, just to sort of kick things off, how is everyone feeling about the campaign so far? I know we haven't played for a while, and as much as we can remember in the last few sessions, but so far since whenever we started. We are officially on session 51 today, so...
Yeah, 51. I'll go first if nobody minds. So yeah, like you said, we're 50 sessions in, and 3 years now, or about, almost exactly 3 years, right? So I feel like
it was September-ish, that we started,
yeah. I feel like in this time that we're really getting like the full Ravenloft Curse of Strahd experience. Like it's not like we've been rushing through. We've been taking our time and doing everything that we can. Like we don't want to leave any stone unturned. So it does feel right now though that, or at least, you know, in the sessions that we had like in the spring, that we're getting closer and closer to the end. So with every session of Strahd that we're doing, it does feel like a bit like trepidatious, because I want to see how the story's going to end and what the resolution's going to be. But I think we all like don't really want it to end either. We just want to be in Barovia forever. You know?
Oh really? Really? You know there's one way to be in Barovia forever.
I mean, our players do. I'm sure the PCs don't feel the same way, but that's how sort of like
we
I'm
all
feeling
become
right
Strahd's wives. The end.
Ends in a harem.
Then the adventures of Strahd taking over the world.
I like how you said like you're not leaving any stone unturned. I was like, not only are you guys not doing that, you are creating more stones to turn. And I'm just there
Actively
trying to
making
write the stones in quickly. It's like, fuck, what's another stone? I don't know.
Fuck! Basalt!
Even better, we're making stones. I love that one. Thank you. So yeah, that's just how I feel.
Yeah, I think I feel similarly. You know, I feel like now we kind of all really know what we're doing in terms of like our character. We're all more confident role playing, have more a sense of like how we'd like to engage with the mechanics and the story, and knowing that we're kind of moving towards endgame makes me feel super anxious because I'm like, no, I just figured out what I was doing. I've just kind of
I just got here.
I've got so much left to do with this character and these relationships, and so yeah, I have felt like a little bit like, oh, I want to slow down the pace a little because we're really moving through some big events quite fast, and I would like, you know, to say that that's like a testament to Lisa's DMing and the vibe between the group and the friendships that we've made along the way, that have gotten a lot stronger through having this through some pretty tough times in everyone's life. Yeah, I'm definitely super attached to the game, and having this every fortnight and diving into this world with you guys, I'm like clinging to that.
Yeah, I think likewise. I'm really excited to be getting like back to it. Like it's been amazing exploring Candlekeep with Matt, but it's just sort of like, I think we all have a great affinity for our characters and sort of like the storylines and like places that they've been that we haven't sort of would have really expected in a way, as well as yeah, it's just been sort of fantastic spending that time with you guys, and echoing what Emma said over the past few years, it's been sort of really hard, but having sort of like this known rock of a campaign to sort of like have is has been really fantastic, and yeah, very much looking forward to getting a few of those big ticket items. I don't know, of sort of yeah, that are sort of coming up in the campaign that sort of get us a little bit closer to old Strahdy boy.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the campaign so far.
No, I hate
obviously, yeah, no, it's terrible. I
Bad
grimace
idea.
every time we do this. No, I've really enjoyed deepening friendships, both in-game and, of course, out of game. It's been really good for that, and honestly, I feel we all needed it, especially during the COVID times. But yeah, honestly, I love the characters, and I still think there's a lot of room for them to grow even more, because yeah, like, and obviously this is very much up to the group, because like, yes, we've dealt with a lot, but it's all been just in Barovia. Like there's like a whole wide world we've all built, like, you know, Juice's jungle, and tracking down the people who killed Trey. Breeze, I want to visit Breeze coastal town and try some of the bread.
So
And obviously there's the whole Ravenswood stuff.
You're enacting the post-game campaign of
Pretty much. I want to visit this wide world that we've all built and like see what are the ramifications, like assuming we do defeat Strahd and like maybe Barovia comes back to the real world, what does that mean? Like, oh, there's so much. I'm so excited. I understand, of course, if it ends on the high note of defeating Strahd, totally get it. I mean, it is the Curse of Strahd campaign. I get it. But at the same time, like, I'm so curious to see where it could go from there.
I just can't let it go. The Juice's Jungle sounds like the kart racing version.
Donkey Kong
Oh my
Jungle.
god, yeah. Yeah, Strahd Kart 64. Let's all play Juice's Jungle.
I mean, there is plenty of supplements that people have written up, not official publications, but like fan-made ones that sort of can go on after the main Curse of Strahd story. But I don't even know what levels you guys would be by the time the campaign ends.
Ranty!
Oh god.
Not 20.
It'll just be gods in Strahd.
Yeah,
land
literally
somehow.
gods.
Yeah. There's a reason
We're gonna have
why
to see
in
ourselves
Baldur's
become the
Gate
villains.
3 you can't go past like level 12. It's because things start
It's
to
way
get
too
loopy.
fucking hard to track.
Once you get 13 and 14 and you start bending reality, it's like,
Yeah, it's like what can I feasibly throw at you to make this a challenge anymore?
But then when you take the gloves off really, so you're like,
Wait, sorry, you just broke up real bad. I can't hear anything.
Yeah. You broke up a little bit. Try again.
Breaking
Em.
up?
Oh, she's frozen. She's just frozen. completely.
Oh, I can still hear. Welcome back to Australia internet.
Loud. Yay.
You're muted, M. If you're trying to speak.
no, I was saying that's when you can, that's when you get into the really fun section of the monster manual.
Something about getting deep in the
Something's
monster
about
manual.
Yeah, there's something about fun in the monster manual.
It can be fun to go deeper into the
I
monster
opened
manual.
Twitch because I wanted to watch the stream at the same time, and I think it's messing with
Oh,
me.
you're better now.
so-
You're better now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you
Coins.
Oh no, you're gone again. If you're with Optus, wait, Optus or Telstra? if you're with one of them, the network has been real shit the last few days, even for like the mobiles, even for like mobile data. But yeah, I mean like, God, I can't believe it's actually 3 years. For those that don't know, yeah, it is. We started this campaign in September 2019. Because that was when
2020.
Sorry, yeah,
It was when
yes,
COVID.
yeah, that was when
Yeah.
Australia went into nobody's ever gonna get out of here lockdown. So it was just a way for all of us to sort of keep track with each other and make sure everyone is okay. And since then we've, as a group and just as individuals, have gone through so fucking much. There's been so many different changes, different jobs. We've had an engagement. People have changed complete lines of career. And I think it's a real testament to this group that, for 51 sessions, no one has missed a single one. We've all made the time to be here. And, we've all made the commitment to turn up, even though sometimes it is hard to, have the consistent every fortnight sessions, but that's just life. But, for those times that we do have it, I do really appreciate everyone just sort of making the commitment to turn up, even though sometimes we might not be feeling our best, even though sometimes I'm running on like 1 hour of sleep and like having to deal with my level of DMing. But no, I think I in terms of where, I hear CC.
Liz.
We'll have a
CC, what is your thoughts on the campaign so far?
Cece, what do you think?
Oh, okay, yeah, I agree.
Good point, good point.
Yeah, fair.
See your little head. Well, it's not appearing on the stream, but. Oh.
Well, it's good to hear everyone's kind of really enjoying themselves, though.
Official campaign mascot CC.
Yeah.
Is my audio okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good, mate.
Yeah, I wrote as an answer 10 out of 10. We'll play the evil manor and try not to die again with this crew again, hands down.
Amazing.
Is that what you
Yelp
recommend on
review.
Yelp?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was I think the first time we played it, I was just like, all right, I'm gonna trust this guy with the hat, with my life. I think.
Wait, who?
All
Got the
right,
hat.
that's when you got shoved into the bag,
Because
which
I
was in
was-
the hat at that
Oh my
time.
god.
1 or 2 HP left, and we had to go through the swinging,
Fire.
fire of
Yeah.
swords or something, and yeah, Morgan's like, yeah, I got this. I'm like, I hope you do. That's where it
Imagine
all
if he
began.
died and you just then suffocated in the bag and the campaign never went ahead. Oh well, the lost episodes of the Thirst Man that was not streamed.
Yeah. That'll be just
But
No one will ever know about Annie eating the ghost food.
Oh, believe me.
And just
That's
shoveling
right. I
garbage
kept
into her mouth.
preparing.
I don't know. Did we
I
ever
kept
do
preparing that
yeah.
spell.
Did we ever do a recap of what happened in the Thirst Man in session 1? We probably did, because that would.
I don't
Yeah.
remember.
Because-
Our first episode is also like real rough in the recording because we were
Yeah.
streaming in Roll20 as well, so it was pretty rough, and I don't remember
That's
all that
right.
much either.
Yeah, but look
Speaking
look
of
where we
which,
are
it's-
now. We got a fucking interface and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah, and you're getting sponsorships and all this.
apparently, yeah. Apparently, we've been around long enough to gain a little bit of traction.
Yeah, and we've officially taken over Mass Channel.
Pretty much. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's been great, being able to stream this, and we have like our little contingent of fans that pop in and out. It's very nice to be able to do that in addition to play with you guys. It's been very cool, to say the least.
Okay. Where am I up to now? Okay, so time to talk about a little bit more in terms of like our actual gameplay. I just want to see how everyone is feeling with like the balance of what we have right now in terms of like roleplay, combat, exploration, which I know we don't do a whole lot of, but like I know we're a pretty roleplay heavy group. But there are certain sessions where literally we use an entire session just for one big battle. But like, how are we all feeling about the balance of different elements of what makes up D&D right now, in terms of our campaign? And what would you actually no? Let's just say that. Just say that for now.
I wrote good mix, 3 out of 3.
Wait, what did the rating system change?
Well, it's
right,
role
'cause
playing,
it's the
combat, and
3 different-
explorations,
yeah.
and it's 3, so I wrote 3 out of 3. Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the perfect review, but I'll try and add to it a little bit. So, I think in general, you've kind of let us like guide how much of each of these things that we really want to do. Like you said, we're very roleplay heavy, so you kind of like let us go on our little tangents and chatting and stuff, so a lot of that fills in a lot of the time. And I don't know if it was like designed this way by you or just like kind of was accidentally on purpose, but I find that the moments that we have of combat, they've always almost been there to serve and further along the story in some way. Like I can't really think
Really?
of-
Okay.
can't-
That's definitely not the case.
I mean, I can't
There's
really think of that
definitely
many
filler combat.
instances. Okay, let me explain. Like, I don't know of many instances that I was just like, that I felt like,
It's
oh,
filler.
Lisa just threw this in randomly for the sake of livening up the session. Like, it didn't seem like anything really came out of nowhere necessarily. I'm sure there's maybe one or two things that was just kind of there to pepper things in, but I'm thinking of like the fights at Argynvostholt and the werewolf camp and like all these different time and that we had opportunities to fight. It was like, well, we're kind of serving the story in some way. It kind of makes sense. Like, it's not like you rolled a 20 and then you chose from a list of
Random encounters sort of thing.
Yeah, everything is nicely crafted and sort of has fit in. I haven't felt like something has just come out of nowhere. Some skeletons appeared because we need to fight something that combat.
I'm glad you think that, because I can tell you there's definitely been a few times where that was not the case.
Good.
Actually, just for funsies, if you guys want to like have something for the end, I'll let everyone at the end of this, I'll let everyone ask me one thing about whether or not it was like as part of the campaign or it was something that was added by me.
Oh man, so many.
And I'll-
Raw or not.
Just a little peek behind the curtains, then I'll depending on how much I can spoil, I will let you guys know whether or not it was actually written for that or it was part of the campaign.
God, it's gonna be so hard. We have so many hours of play.
Like I know
I think we have a good
Yeah,
mix
sorry.
of.
Absolutely.
I think we have a really good mix of combat to exploration and like a lot of situations that make use of everyone's skills. I think we have a nice complementary party in that we do have a lot of unique abilities that we're bringing to the table, and I think the fact that you make sure to include all of those interactions helps people find ways to shine. Like sometimes I like social exploration more because my skill set's geared that way, but like I like the balance of like turn taking between different people, and I definitely agree with what Matt said about that combat does feel like it serves the story, and even if you didn't intend it to, I think that we find ways to make it so. We often try to like go with where the dice take us in terms of telling a story in combat or finding like moments between characters in combat from time to time, and then like if somebody does go down or almost dies, the characters do often react to that afterwards. I would say the only thing that I sometimes miss is like often when we get to the end of a big battle and the session's drawing to a close, we don't always have time to do that stuff, and then I forget to do it when the session like starts again, like to have that kind of decompression space to actually react to whatever happened in the course of that conflict. But the times that we do get to do that, I really enjoy, like everyone yelling at Marcus for shooting the gun and being the witch, and then Annie and Desire getting to have a moment afterwards, after like Desire took damage for the first time in 40 sessions. Like we find ways to pull RP out of those combats, which I really like.
Like I personally, just when it comes to D&D, I'm not really a fan of like having to take the time to do the travel part of D&D unless that there is some narrative of the story that I can weave into it. Hence why a lot of times I'm just like, oh, let's smash cut to there, we're already there. Like I don't really do like the random encounter tables and all of that for like however per many hours of travel, and that's just something that like I can add that in if that's what people want. But how are we feeling about sort of like completely negating the whole travel aspect of Barovia and just sort of like jumping in between the cities?
I think if we didn't do that, we'd be taking forever. No, it's fine.
Yeah, that's one reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it necessarily takes anything away when we're so invested in other parts of the story. I think it's just you kind of giving us what we want.
Yeah, I think maybe in periods after like something particularly big has happened, or like we haven't had a chance to have like the campfire chat or like conversations afterwards, sometimes I feel a little inhibited in like slowing down the story, in like having oh, actually I want to have a chat with Marcus, or I want to see like how that character relationship is changed after that conflict. I don't like to put my hand up and say like, oh, actually, can we linger on this like dinner scene or whatever? So like maybe from time to time, if like you get a sense that if the opportunity was offered, then I might take it. But I don't like always be like slowing things down the way that, because Matt's right. Like if we did that every single time, it would definitely waste a lot of time.
I wouldn't call it waste.
Yeah.
Not waste, but like slow things down.
Yeah, and I think
so. Yeah,
I think sort of taking away the travel element, like I think there is sort of like a weight in that with the sort of expanse of Barovia, and sort of like the, even if it's not showing the sort of like time that it takes us to get to places, and sort of like the ramifications that has on some things. And I think also sort of some of those traveling moments, like it can sort of be a little bit of downtime as well. And I think, I don't know if this is sort of done on purpose, but there's been sort of a few times after we've kind of leveled up where we've sort of been like, oh, now we have to fight things, but we actually get to sort of like figure out and utilize our like character level up things and where they sort of sit with battle as well, which I've sort of like really appreciated, especially when it's I guess it's not such a like a big battle where there's like going to be large consequences, but still sort of significant enough that you can sort of test out sort of like new skills, spells, etc. as well.
Yeah, I mean, like for the most part, I do try and include some sort of like non-consequential combat after you guys level up, just as you said, to let everyone sort of try out the new skills. That being said, like I know I do say quite a bit like oh, before we do this thing, does anyone have anything else that they want to add before we go and do that part? And I think if people do want to, you know, roleplay the sort of like the talking, the relationship of it, please just speak up during that time. Like I will have you guys know, the more time you guys take up, the less I have to write for the next session. So feel free to take up that time.
Yeah, and I think with exploration, like I don't think we've done much of it recently. Me trying to remember back to May, which was 3-4 months ago. Like it's been a while, but I don't know if this is kind of like railroading or something, but when we are sort of like trying to search and look for things and you're like, nah, there's nothing here, just move on. Like I really appreciate that because I think a lot of us are kind of like completionists in a way, like we don't want to miss something, but I also don't want to be spending time on something if there's nothing there.
I mean, for the most part, the way I sort of structure exploration in my sessions is that if there is something, chances are I'm gonna give you guys like the opportunity to find it. And if I'm saying that there is nothing, then yeah, I'm not just trying to be like fucking move along. I'm just like there is actually nothing. Like there's not even any like fun thing I can add into, make like that won't throw the story off later on, unless it's just like. Yeah. Like small things like say the mirror that you found in Babala Saga's hut afterwards, the hand mirror. That was it in the hut or was it in the ruins? It was somewhere in the swamp. I think that was just like a random throwaway thing that I'm just like, fuck, here's something. You guys are really that desperate to find something. Because I feel like you guys as a one, you guys are all hoarders, so you have literally everything you ever picked up, and it's like somehow they all seem to come back and like bite me in the arms, even though they were just like random things to throw there. But yeah, sorry, you go ahead.
No, just a reference to another campaign. Nothing will ever top the bubbles of chaos.
Oh god.
Yeah, gosh.
But yeah, like I am personally not that much of a fan of just like random encounters in D&D because I like everything, well not everything, but like I like most things to have a way to further along the story. Like I'm not a fan of combat for the sake of combat, and from what I'm getting, the rest of you guys somewhat think the same, because I just feel like combat for the sake of combat. We're not leveling up via like XP or anything like that, and unless there is some. And like in terms of like what you guys get in terms of loot from these combat, like one, there's only so much money I can give you because there's just not that much opportunity to use money in Barovia. And like everything else, it's you guys are pretty much have all of your necessities covered at this point, is what I'm feeling. Like I can't really give you guys anything else that is going to be like game changing or even just like to pad to like what's a health potion gonna do right now when you have a cleric who can heal like 20 hit points.
Who could?
Yeah, but what if something happens to a cleric?
Healed 20 hit points, so...
When he's feeling awful.
Yeah, the cleric who spends his last spell slot on polymorph every single time.
I don't think this cleric has ever healed us.
That gives you like 100 hit points, okay? That gives you 100 extra hit points. I think that's
it gives you 100 hit points.
Okay, I'll make sure Desire gets turned into a Tyrannosaurus next session. We'll see how she enjoys that.
Because like there is actually a random encounter. There is actually a random encounter table, I think, in the official Curse of Strahd campaign, like for exploration, and like with the way that the map in the official Curse of Strahd map, it's actually a lot bigger than it is. Like it literally takes days for people to get anywhere from one side of the map to the other. Even just between towns, it takes days. Whereas like, it's pretty much, it's very common for people who run this campaign to just be like shrink the map just so it doesn't take, you know, a bunch of time to get from one place to another. And personally, I feel like I like that. And because I'm not really a fan of like all the filler in between, like combat for the sake of combat. And like any sort of exploration that I do write in is usually for the sake of furthering the story or furthering something that you guys have mentioned before. And, you know, I just want to see how everyone feels about that. Just to make sure that, you know, we're all on the same page of like everything that we do it doesn't have to be, but like preferably would be for a purpose of furthering the story.
That said, like, I think there have been times where I've really appreciated sort of a change into combat where I'm sort of, maybe for whatever reason, sort of feeling like a bit out of a scene or something, and then we go into combat, and it's like, okay, well, here's your designated, here's your designated like thing where you're going to do something, and then that structure I sort of find refreshing in a way sometimes. But I don't know if that's sort of like a sentiment that's sort of echoed by others or not. I'm gonna say not.
I mean, definitely some days when I'm like mentally out of it, I'm just like, let me hit things.
Yeah.
Let me blow stuff up.
I just want to bop stuff.
I mean, I do feel like a lot of times when we do combat, it is very much has a, especially at this higher level now, it does very much have like a other stakes at hand, sort of way attached to it. But like, do you guys prefer that kind of like, you know, combat, or do you guys just sometimes want to hit shit for the sake of hitting shit?
Sometimes we need a little win, you know, just a little win, just a little like fuck shit up and be like, yeah, we still got it.
Yeah, both.
Yeah.
All of us.
I would say that especially in the recent year where we haven't been playing as frequently, I would have loved some little warm-up combats, because by the time that the big thing came around, I was like, oh shit, what do I do? How do I play a D&D? Like, I was overwhelmed, especially as a spellcaster, with trying to remember what my options were and how to use them, and like, I think I needed that warm-up from time to time to just remind me of what my options were.
Yeah,
I think
that would have been good.
Yeah, I think there was one
Go
of those
ahead.
times. I think it was when we were like about to fight like the Gothias tree fight. I think it had been a little while since we all played, and we
The
just
one
went
per
in,
stomper?
and it just felt like we were going like here and there, and we weren't organized. Like, I think it had been a while, and like we made it out, but it was just kind of, it just felt like it had been too long.
messy.
It was a messy fight, yeah.
The Yakety Sax episode, yeah.
Oh, the Yester Hill fight? I think you guys did
Yester
really
Hill
well in the
fight.
Yester Hill fight.
What's that?
I think you guys did really
love-
well in the Yester Hill fight. That was like a really good combat. Despite the
I
fact
feel
that,
like in
you
the
know,
moment it
you
didn't feel like it.
you failed climbing on
Yeah.
the ledge and
Yeah.
fell into the wall.
Yeah, and poor Bree ran out of the fire and then fell back into the fire. It was.
But I
there
feel
was
like
a
that's more
time.
just like bad rules of the dice.
Well, this is again where it's like the dice tell the story, and I really appreciate that aspect of it, because there's sort of things where none of us could have predicted sort of outcomes of things unless the dice had been like, you now have lycanthropy, surprise!
Okay. Alright, so that's good to know that, you know, everyone just sort of, for the most part, is happy to not have to like spend too much time in the travel/exploration part of the story, because yeah, I do feel like given that we're a very RP heavy group, having that sort of like battle for the sake of battle does sort of like bulk down the session a little bit. And you know, given that there's not really a lot of like useful loot that I can throw at you guys anymore, I personally don't really see the point of having those kind of random encounters unless, you know, it actually ties to the story. But actually, this is not part of the question, but like, in terms of loot, I know that traditionally D&D, the minute you hit anything, it just like pops up coins and shit like that. But like, I know I really don't give you guys a whole lot of loot, and in terms of like items and whatnot, unless there is like a big you know, something.
Oh, why did everyone stop?
I think
Like, do you want me to write more in, or?
I think I personally don't have very much to compare it to, but it also feels quite true to sort of like the nature of the campaign, where you're just generally light on resources for everything.
Yeah, more survival horror. Though to be fair, I feel artificers break, and it's
yes.
just the problem with the class that it breaks any sort of scarcity, because it's like, and Bree gets a magic weapon, and Desire can fly, and Marcus has armor, and all this. But that's their whole shtick, so I don't know. But definitely, I do like the scarcity, except, again, I am baffled that by Raw, the Death House has a cloak of protection. That item is so good.
And he
I'm
still has
baffled
it.
with that. And he's had it since before we started streaming. Yeah, I know.
It's honestly just the way that the Curse of Strahd module is written is that sometimes there's like the loot is just like, the fuck? Why would you give someone this? It's like it's just like the most mundane encounter, and suddenly you have a shining short sword. It's like, what? And yes, the Curse of Strahd campaign is written
halfway
yeah,
through.
and it's like the campaign itself
poor
is written to be very low resource. That's the whole point of it. And it's like, you know, there's times where I've felt really bad where, like, you know, Deuce wanted to make the holy water, and I'm like, well, silver's outlawed in Barovia because of course it is.
Silver!
But then I have to somehow write silver into it just because I like the idea, I really do. But then it's like, I feel like I'm cock blocking you from like doing the things that you want because of what the way the campaign is written.
I know, but then the scarcity of silver amplified the comedy of Annie throwing her new vial of holy water at Deuce's face for no reason.
Yeah, that was pretty great, I gotta say. It did make for some unintentionally hilarious moments there.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like in terms of loot, it's like I don't want to like for lack of a better word, cock block you guys into doing anything that you want, but at the same time, it's like, if I just give you guys everything, then like that's, yeah, like the reason that silver is outlawed in Barovia is because vampires are allergic to it. So like historically, Strahd has already, you know, made sure there's no silver at all in Barovia. It's like having to write in silver every now and then. I'm just like, oh, I feel like I'm not really treating the scarcity of this things serious enough, because it shouldn't be that easy to get. Like, you know, like there shouldn't just be like a silver candlestick in the orphanage, which I still regret giving you.
You know, it was just so like rusted over that no one could tell that it was silver.
Yeah.
You know, there's this.
But like, I just want to make sure that, you know, people understand that at times when I tell you guys, yeah, you can't do that, it's not because I'm have anything against you. It's because it's gonna be too easy if you guys can just do that.
Yeah, look, we can't be spoilt children all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know if it counts as loot, but I've definitely like felt at times like I've underutilized the background that I picked for thematic like, you know, from time to time I'll kind of forget about being a poisoner and like,
Yeah.
because it's just, we don't take time to do the travel where historically in other campaigns that I played, you might like go off and do your own thing and gather resources, and so I don't want to like slow that part down, but like I have liked periodically in combat getting loot from the, you know, creatures that we fight that then I can use for crafting purposes. Like I don't know if that even counts as loot, but like,
I mean, yeah, anything you can get
getting
from the
ingredients that
Yeah.
I can do stuff with.
Yeah, like not wasting a drop of the abbot and its minions in this place was pretty fun.
I use the whole unicorn, nose to tail.
Yeah, and not just the Torn.
I think especially with Desires, the whole poisoners background thing, like I don't have a lot of experience with like poison in D&D, and I don't
think that's not your fault, but D&D
yeah,
is
there just isn't a lot
not
of it.
made for it.
Yeah, so it's like sometimes I do feel like I need to, like, especially for, you know, because I know you really want to utilize that background, and sometimes I feel like I'm not doing enough research to allow you to do that. So, like, and I'm not, as you all know, I'm not very good at making shit up on the fly. So, I think
I could be doing more research as well.
yeah, I think that's
and,
just
like,
something that I need to
your
put more time
ideas. But yeah, like D&D is not well equipped for making stuff either, so that's like
No.
my creativity running up against the limitations of the system.
But I think like having Marcus as the artificer, it has been fucking godsend to you guys to be able to just sort of like craft these items, because by raw there really isn't a lot of places where you can get even any sort of upgrades.
Yeah, and I think sort of likewise, like for sort of loot drops, like it can just be like so nothing, and we'd just be happy. Like even if it was like a weird little spell component, like a can't think of anything, but like a handful of cotton or some sticks.
A
like they were
glass
carrying
eyeball?
that, like
Some lint.
yeah, just some pocket lint. I'm like, amazing, great, fantastic.
Yeah.
And we are a group that likes outfit changes, so
Yes, yeah.
True.
We get any like some nice thread to do some embroidery or
Mm.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense to have limitations. Like, so we recently hit the point where I can cast 5th level spells. I'm like kind of looking through my spell list to see like which ones take components and stuff. And Legend Lore, which is just kind of a spell to get information on like legendary items, people, places, whatever. You still gotta spend 250 gold pieces worth of incense and 4 ivory strips worth 50 gold pieces each. So it's like a 450 gold piece spell that
Yeah, but how much money do you guys have?
I don't have that much. I think like
No,
all my
okay.
gold, all my gold I have is like maybe that much to buy that. And
Oh shit, okay.
I don't know how much legend lore would be useful necessarily, unless like I want to know everything about Strahd maybe or something like that.
so we need to get more ivory drops and we need to get more gem drops and
Yeah, we need to go elephant hunting.
But you know,
yeah, or whatever.
there's that's just one example, but there's like a lot of give and take because there's only so much you can necessarily prepare for because we are in this fishbowl that is Barovia anyways, right? So it makes sense. It's not like in the Candlekeep campaign that like when we do that, the doors are essentially open to you to just kind of ask for stuff because
Yeah.
you're in a center of all knowledge that people come and go.
Resources are limitless.
Yeah.
Almost. Like almost pretty much, So this is a very like opposite side of the mirror campaign. So it makes a lot of sense that we're not going to be finding silver and gold on every corpse, and we're not going to necessarily get all the components that we'll need all the time to do everything. I think that makes it more interesting to an extent,
Yeah. There is one thing you
Absolutely.
can utilize for resources is to ask the Bastani to bring in things for you guys.
oh, the
Which I
Vistani,
understand.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, because they are the only ones who have the permission
Yeah, they
to
can come and
go in Barovia. They probably won't do things like sneak silver in for you because that's gonna get on Strahd's bad books. But to some extent, you guys can utilize the Vistani to bring in things that you probably won't be able to find in the city.
That's true. Can anyone else
Question 3.
use Vistani for illegal imports?
There are
Start drug
smugglers.
dealing.
Smugglers.
Smugglers.
Essentially smugglers.
Yeah, but not to a point where it would piss Strahd off.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
On the DL.
Okay. Alright, and I think moving on to the next question, unless there's anything else anyone wants to add. This is the big one. Are you guys still happy with your characters?
Yes!
I love
Wait, what's
juice.
Christy's scale?
Yeah.
Hell yes, would bully again.
Your character?
You have it out for free, huh?
Would
It's just-
bully again.
Yeah. I don't know, I find her funny.
I know, you being the non-spellcaster of the group, there is sometimes that, certain things you may feel limited in. I know we've given you given you items and whatnot that gives you a little bit of the, opportunity to have spells use magic and that kind of stuff, but
And then she does.
No, I mean like you have the reign of foretelling, whatever we called it.
The hag ring.
Yeah.
Yes.
The
Oh no, you don't,
um,
bitch ring.
the oh no, you don't betray.
I know you don't. Yeah. I don't mind that, like, to be honest, because even like in Baldur's Gate, I prefer to play just like very, especially if it's like in a big group. Like, I do feel sometimes like anxious that I might be holding up the line, so I don't mind just doing like a simple like whack characters once in a while. And I don't know. I feel like we are pretty old. I think we're a pretty balanced group. I think.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
we also find that a bit when we when we play Curse of Candlekeep. Candlekeep,
of
like we're often
Candlekeep?
like, oh, I wish we had X character's Y skill or
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of funny in a way how we come to sort of rely on these sort of things, and I think we
Yeah.
kind of would in like 100% would do again. And like I was having a shower thought the other day of sort of reflecting on sort of our characters and how we are them and they are little bits of us, and I was kind of thinking like it came from a thought that like, oh, what would like everyone's class be if they were like a D&D class IRL, and I was like, well,
Oh
Emma's
my
definitely
God.
a warlock. And then
God, I don't
and then
know
I was
what
like,
I was
oh,
Back to academia.
Well, academia is just begging mysterious patrons for favors. So, like,
yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now I'm trying to think what everyone would be IRL. That's hard.
Question for the
I have
this
no
is
idea what
a
it'll be.
kind
I
of
actually have no idea what it'll
pre-stream
be.
question for another session.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah. Like this is a pre-session.
Yeah, okay.
question.
Let's leave that on the table.
But yeah, I personally am so happy and delighted by Annie in so many wonderful and stupid ways. It's oh god, I'm gonna start crying.
Aww.
I feel like she has helped me a lot. It's sort of not like, I guess, relationships, but sort of like outlooks on sort of death and mortality, but also just sort of being able to give sort of kindness and understanding to others. Like they're I don't know how facetious this is going to sound, but partway through lockdowns and pandemic, I started seeing sort of some homeless people outside of like or the Coles, or sort of like people that were just struggling, asking for things. And I think I had like this thought one day of like, what would Annie do? Like, she would 100% reach out and try and offer some kind of kindness or compassion or understanding. So now whenever I see those people there, although I don't necessarily always have cash, because who has cash, but I will ask them if there's anything that I can get them from the Coles inside, whether it be sort of like a drink or a snack or beanie, something like that. And that's sort of something that I picked up from her, which should have, like, I guess I'm kind of like guilty that it took this character to sort of reach out and have that kindness, but I think in a way I've also often fostered kind of a fear of strangers as well, and sort of doing that sort of reach out is not something that comes naturally to me out in the public sphere or space. So yeah, I am this is probably a lot of, not are you happy with your characters, like how your character has become you or you become them, but I really do love her and sort of what she's sort of meant to me, and like the team and that kind of thing, and it's the team, and yeah, I love her and I love you guys.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but like the way that I write my D&D characters, that there is always a there's always I think for most people there's always an element of yourself that you're putting into it, that you're like, you know, when you design these characters, you have this one thing that you then build out upon. And I feel like with a lot of the characters, there are to some extent reflections of ourselves, or like, you know, the type of people that we wish we could be. Maybe not Kevin, like Kevin is just a dumb boy. But like
Everyone wants to be Kevin.
it's like,
you
are
also
you
wish
really
you could
writing
be a dumb
D&D
boy?
characters if you don't invite your personal trauma into it? Like, come on.
Yeah, it's very that, and I would be very interested to see if there was sort of, I'm sure there are like studies or academia into that and sort of like projections of self, projections of own issues, and how they've been able to sort of resolve or come to resolutions with that. And I think a larger part of that is probably sort of seen amongst sort of like the trans community, who perhaps had a D&D character that was sort of like the gender that they sort of like wished or hoped that they could be, even if they didn't sort of quite realize it, and through playing that character they sort of found that that's who they wanted to be. So I think it's not an insignificant thing to, as you said, like put a part of yourself into these characters and explore that place.
I did actually read a thesis on
Yeah,
this
I think-
topic.
Amazing, send it to me.
It is really interesting though, like how many queer and like gender diverse people have gravitated towards D&D, especially to like, you know, during lockdown, when we actually all had time to sit down and think about what we are ourselves, because we didn't have a choice. But I mean, like personally, as someone who is non-binary, I feel like a lot of my D&D characters ends up being male, because it's like I can't be that IRL, so like it is easier for me. It is like, and like I feel like that kind of goes. I feel like ever since I was young, if I play any sort of game that required me to pick an avatar, or like, you know, your Pokemon, are you a boy or girl, I pretty much 100% always pick boy, just because I can't do that in real life. And you know, to some extent, I feel like when I do write male characters, that is a little bit of that is thrown in there as well. But yeah, no, and then like in terms of like when I asked you guys, you know, are you guys still happy with the characters? I kind of also want to see how you guys feel with like your character's progression from since it started. Because like I will say, given that I have run other sort of like mini campaigns and things like that for other people, you guys did come to me with like probably the most extensive backstories of like any of the people that I've run campaigns for. And a lot of the times, like I feel like, you know, people have just really been able to grow their characters, and you know, people are coming to me with ideas of, I want my characters now to be able to do this, you know, background changes or like NPCs that we're now writing and things like that. Like how are you guys feeling with the progression of your characters since we started?
Who had the most? I'm curious.
The most backstory.
Yeah.
Wasn't this
I
a
think
question
it
that
would
we
be-
got in trivia? It was like,
I think it would like
It was
or the
either-
longest. It would have been Emma or Morgan with the longest backstory. I think it was Emma that had the most extensive backstory.
I was
I
gonna
would've
say
assumed.
Desire.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I when I saw the character shit, I was like, holy
and she
fuck,
talks
it's so
about
long.
none of it on stream.
Yeah.
The most extensive backstory and yet the most hidden. Yeah, I think I would. I keep thinking I'd like to find ways to get more of Desire's story out there, because I do feel like there's quite a bit that has not been spoken about or aired at all. And I do sometimes think about ways to introduce that. I would say that's the part of her development where I feel a little bit stuck, because, you know, she is an evil character and this is a very good party. And I do wonder from time to time, like, you know, if that came out, realistically, how could that be handled? It's not something that she feels like guilty about or wants forgiveness for or anything like that. And I think deliberately, you know, I kind of picked the justification for her to have done the things that she did, like to not be kind of ironclad sympathetic, you know. So yeah, I would say I'm still kind of, and I think that's one of the reasons why I feel like anxious about the encroaching kind of end game, is because I feel like I haven't figured out a way to have some of the interactions that I'd like to have. You know, in terms of mechanics as well, I think Desire is really spec'd for social exploration, and I've noticed that as we've shifted into a really combat heavy portion of the game, some of my skills like suggestion, like charming, Mask of Many Faces are less useful in this part of the game, because we know all the NPCs, you know, there's less opportunities for me to like deceive or convince, and so I am trying to think about, do I need to change some of my well, can't even remember the term for it. Evocations? No. Morgan, what am I? Invocations.
Invocations.
And respec.
Yeah, so I need to kind of like sit down with Morgan, my character sheet, to kind of be like, should I be changing up some of these spells at this point in the game? Is this ever going to kind of come back in handy? But overall, I feel like, you know, similar to, I almost called you Annie. I was like, similar to what Sierra was saying. You know, I've really enjoyed playing Desire. Like, she's the D&D character that I've bought like the most commissioned art for. She's one of the ones I've drawn myself a lot. I always play characters that I feel like I pick a little piece of myself and amplify it, so I can explore being someone very different. Like, you know, Bean is obviously like anxiety. You know, Bridget is anxiety. Like, yeah, specifically academic anxiety. Bridget, my paladin, is very much like experiences of religious trauma growing up. Yeah. Some of my other characters have often, like, the ones that you guys haven't seen, have been about like loneliness. Like, I've played characters that are immortal or of other races that don't connect well to people. Whereas I feel like Desire is like just being unapologetic about who you are and what you want, whether that's things that other people deem frivolous, like material possessions, beauty. She has a really strong connection to like sensual enjoyments, and like she doesn't, you know, her physicality, like she just doesn't care what other people think about that part of her. She's very forthright with what she says and proud of herself, and I think in a lot of ways she's like the most aspirational of my characters, in that, you know, I never grew up being encouraged to, like, there was never body positivity, there was never like, there's a lot of repression around sexuality, and a desire is, I think, about becoming really comfortable and in touch with that part of myself. So I've really enjoyed playing her, and yeah.
Another part of sorry, I'll just interject here, but I think I don't know if you've also sort of this has been sort of a conscious choice, but in that sort of reflection of having those unapologetically sort of like feminine traits that are often kind of in general society sort of looked down upon, but also being sort of like a widower and having like these past marriages and that sort of thing as well, that sort of being a undesirable trait in women in modern society, and just how she just like owns that so very much and is like just so unbothered by it. I really love and appreciate that part of her as well.
Yeah, there's a lot in her about like this pushing back against societal expectations of femininity, a woman's role in society and attention is like at times like
You break up a little bit.
doesn't feel like
You're breaking up.
just better now.
It's still a bit robotic-y.
Yeah, take a breath and give it another shot.
Which is weird because you're coming through fine, Morgan. You
Maybe it's because I'm
standing up on the internet.
nearer.
hit the modem.
Yeah, and it could be I'm nearer the whatever
Yep.
the thing.
The doohickey.
I should know this. I work in
Router?
IT.
The router.
doohickey.
Yeah,
The
router.
internet box.
Yeah, just desire kind of being about that tension and like living in society as a woman and what's expected of you, and simultaneously like as a woman people want you to be and present a certain way and then simultaneously demean you for playing into that. Like if you're hands up who's seen Barbie,
Shout out to
you're
the Barbie
supposed to be
movie.
sexy, but you're not supposed to want to be sexy or
Exactly.
play into that. And so being Desire is about exploring some of those tensions and just kind of giving a middle finger to it, that she will just do what she wants. Her interests are first always, and I think sometimes that's something I need to do more for myself.
She's everything. He's just Marcus.
Yeah, right? I should commission that.
I feel like Marcus is like dumb, but not in that kind of Ken's dumb way. You know what I mean?
No, Marcus
Marcus is too respectful.
Marcus.
Yeah. That said, I do
Marcus.
really,
worshipping that booty respectfully.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do really appreciate like those softer, more open moments of Desire where you do get to have sort of like a peek behind the curtain and the strength as well. And I think I really appreciate that in her character development. And I think that's sort of where you're trying to go with getting sort of some of that more secluded secret stuff sort of out into the open. But everything is always a
Yeah,
really...
I think that's where I'm stuck with wanting to go with her, is that she's not embarrassed about or ashamed about who she is or what she did, but she does know that that's not a kind of respected version of, I think she would like to be liked as for who she is, and that's a bit of a struggle in terms of how can I reveal that to the rest of the group and not have y'all put me in jail.
I mean, I will also admit, I would have thought, like, I know when the campaign first started, the whole running joke was that Desire was secretly trying to kill Marcus. And I feel like that hasn't come through as much since the campaign has went on, which makes sense, in my opinion, because, now that you guys have a stronger, even between Marcus and Desire, there's a stronger relationship, that you have more of a reason to want to keep him around, instead of just, like, killing him off like one of your previous husbands. And that
That's
was
not what
one thing.
happened to her previous husbands. They were all very unfortunate incidents.
Incidents, each and every one of
Yeah,
them.
I know it was a bit of a running joke at the start
Yeah.
at the start of the campaign, but it is quite interesting to see how that has developed now that there is, to an extent, a slight reliance on him as well. And for her to sort of start to
Yeah.
realize that and having to be like, oh shit, I might actually care about this guy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to hog too much of this discussion, so I'll try to keep it quick. But like, I do think that once we moved out of Death House into Curse of Strahd, I thought about that relationship a little more, and like that for Desire, it's like if they're not useful, if they're not serving her life, or if they're trying to control her and keep her in that box of wife femininity, like very stereotypical presentation that I want to see from her, she just kind of felt like killing them was the only way that she could kind of get out of that situation and retain the benefits of being in a marriage in terms of finance and status. And definitely initially early in the campaign, that was something that she felt about Marcus, but I feel like she's definitely seen his usefulness. he's also from time to time as a character kind of realizing his own blind spots, and like as Morgan becomes more confident playing Marcus and RPing as him, and like trying to think about like, you know, yes, he's a character who worships his wife, but like kind of exploring the blind spots that he has and ways puts her on a pedestal and prevents him from actually ever getting to know her in a real sense. We're kind of trying to gradually tease the implications of that out over the course of the campaign. But yeah, I'll let Morgan talk about that if he wants to.
Yeah, exactly. So that's in terms of the relationship between Marcus and Desire, working on the moving on. Just like I had this joke with Emma the day that if Strahd or someone cast Detect Thoughts, like they would just be hearing desire.
Brain cell.
It's like, yeah, one brain cell, but just definitely moving the relationship beyond, like, you know, creating kind of this pedestal, this version of someone that, you know, eventually they can't possibly live up to. And actually forming like this experience in Barovia allows Desire and Marcus to form a more real relationship based on who they actually are as people. And then of course Marcus is still like, he's got traits of the good boy like Kevin, but he's also a bit socially dumb.
Like Kevin.
Yeah, and also very how do I put it? It's like he doesn't have common sense, so hence all the wonderful artifacts we've gotten by Marcus touching things that he shouldn't. That just happened to pay off those times, but I assume eventually Lisa will just be like, and there's a very weird looking stick in the ground. It's covered in blood. Marcus touches it. Oh, you're dead. Oh well.
I mean, to be honest, you touching shit you shouldn't have definitely helped me move a lot of the story along.
Yes. Well, sometimes you got to touch stuff you shouldn't.
Yep.
That could be the tagline of the campaign.
Stuff you shouldn't.
So as for Marcus, I think the big thing outside of the Marcus Desire relationship has been trying to think about him feeling responsible for the fact that it was his expedition that got everyone trapped here, and kind of trying to have him develop a bit more of, you know, responsibility and feeling like he is kind of like he needs to you know, be a shepherd and that kind of thing, of like be kind of a leader and make hard decisions because he feels responsible for the fact everyone's trapped, including ones where it results in some really bad outcomes, like what happened in the werewolf den, where that trap was really, really cool, but it involved, unfortunately, killing some
babies.
innocents. Yes. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks. You always know how to rub it in. So yeah, and dealing with that collateral damage and kind of, you know, managing your regrets because it's still serving this greater, or this purpose of, you know, you're effectively choosing the group that you feel responsible for over the consequences of choosing that group. Like, it's hard, and I think that's really fun to roleplay and to you know, work out in session. So it's really good. Still enjoying playing
No,
Marcus.
you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Up,
It
robot.
was Morgan's turn to break up. Oh, seems a little better.
Lego.
Okay. All right.
Nope.
The second you start talking.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'll show the internet.
Yeah,
I heard it was a CC meow.
Meow.
I heard.
Feeling the noise with CC meowing.
Wait, Morgan, try and speak again.
All right, I'm trying.
But you sound a little bit better now.
All right. So just in short, before I crap out again, Marcus is definitely part of me in that the humbling, trying to do good, but ultimately, sometimes it flies in his face a little bit. I do embody that, and I'd like to think I'm as smart as Marcus, but I'm definitely not.
The line between Morgan and Marcus is
Non-existent.
Yes. Initial thought. It's one-dimensional.
Invisible. I mean, and just I think, okay, just for Christy and Clam, I think what I have been curious about is, considering Clam, you decided that I can't remember when, but you wanted to multi-class into a paladin, and Bree, with your background change and everything, was there any sort of reason that brought on that desire to add a bit more to your character in that sense?
I was just getting bored of stabbing things. Same way. I think it was between level, what is it, 6 to 7 or 8, like 3
it was
levels.
pretty
It
recent.
was just nothing. Yeah, I just remember there was this one level I upgraded when we leveled up, and it was just like, oh yeah, you can move 2 squares more. that was it. So I was just like, okay, I need something to spice up my life, like at least a bit. And because
we're gonna be a little
originally-
less vanilla.
Yeah, and also I think she was like, I did originally make she was a scouting oh my god, a scouting. Wow, my brain just died.
Rogue?
Thank you. Yes.
It was literally just, you were a rogue subclass scout.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
know.
what you were.
Yeah, and yeah, as like Emma said, I think we've pretty much discovered most of the areas already, and most of the NPCs. I felt like and we're dealing with things that, Bree, yeah, as you said, she doesn't cast stuff, but now I'm like, alright, I need stuff to zhuzh up my attacks that are
As if your attacks weren't strong enough already.
I mean, yeah, now it was just like, I'm learning, she learned her lesson. Okay, now she needs to deal with stuff that it was already having that +1 sword. I'm like, damn, alright, I can actually hit things that are not immune to just regular physical attacks, because that's what I had for the first 5 levels. It was just melee.
I still think you as a character is the strongest frontliner though. Getting hit by you is very scary.
Yeah, things have definitely changed, I think, with the last 1 or 2 levels, but she has been going down a lot more, and so I think it's just nice to zhuzh it up, and it was nice to actually how you involved Argynvost into it. So one of the things I kind of like giving DM, Matt himself included, is I just wanted to give a very basic character background, and I'd be like, all right, do what you will. So I think you guys do have fun with my characters, with Sai and Bree. I don't know, in an evil cackle kind of way, you're like, oh yeah, she's gonna love this.
I mean, I think it has been kind of fun as a DM to sort of explore, what I would consider Bree's sort of repressed trauma in her life, especially using it to tie in, what's his fucking face? Not Rictavio, the actual person.
Ben Richten.
Ben Richten.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was that was a good first surprise story-wise for me. I was just like, oh shit.
That was so good.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
Van Richten is someone by raw, even in the book. Though I've made a lot of changes to him, just to better match Bree's background and having that sort of mentor and having that relationship. I think that is something I personally want to explore a little bit more. Is Van Richten and Bree's relationship and where it stands now.
It's okay. He can stay in Barovia. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean he hasn't come back in the story for a little while because sometimes it is
Yeah.
He is weirdly okay by raw. That man is weak as fuck. I don't know what I'm just like, how is this guy so weak and is meant to be a vampire hunter?
Yeah.
So it's like I don't feel like he combat wise you guys really need the help from him. So I'm trying to find different ways to sort of bring him in back in the story that isn't just have another character in your party for combat.
Yeah, I
that's
think
cool.
having that recon ability is also something that is definitely appreciated, especially getting into sort of like this end game. Like we can sort of be like, oh, are you able to find out about X? And knife twizzling haircut guy, do you know about Y? And
Oh yeah, him.
what's his
Something's
he's
Ernest.
your
With
boyfriend.
E.
For some reason I was thinking
Yeah.
Quentin. Where did I get Quentin from? It's
Starts
Ernest.
with an E.
It's Ernest.
Right.
Ernest.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I was like, it's not Edward. It's not Edward. It's been a while.
Eddie.
But yeah, Eddie. But no, yeah, that's why I just chose. I wanted to just zhuzh it up a bit. And no, it was cool how you implemented it. I just wanted to give you something. I'm like, yeah, can I just? Yeah, we're surrounded by death. Can I just do something with these things that we collect? Some souls lying around, and I can use them as a little extra kick. And
It is a
kind of-
very interesting background, I have to say,
Yeah.
and I
it
would
kind
like
of
to do more
aligns
with it too.
Yeah, it kind of aligns with Annie in a way. So I was just like, yeah, teach me how to do stuff with like talk with dead.
How do I use these dead people?
And I think like I love and appreciate that because it's just I think you touched on it briefly before of sort of characters of sort of and I do the same thing where you kind of leave their not their backstory but just sort of like some holes sort of like intentionally in them so that the DMs can fill them. No, this is a really bad phrasing, but basically you leave like some things that you can sort of like discover or fill in, or that sort of like works narratively, so that you can sort of give that area foreplay.
Yeah.
Not
forgot most of the
foreplay,
shit that I gave
foreplay.
myself. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, I guess, touching a bit on sort of Annie's multi-classing, that was so long ago now. But again, it's sort of something that if I was making a character from the outset, I don't think I would have done, but it's worked really amazingly narratively with everything. And also with the just your sort of ability to add in sort of like the Kalimvor Doomsguide followers into the world, because I know that definitely wasn't something that was there to start with, but just those little snippets, like it's not a whole, oh yeah, you uncovered a secret civilization and now it's going to bust up Strahd, but it's just sort of like a little sort of like a side accompaniment to sort of like back up her beliefs and sort of her motivation, which is something.
But was
that's
there
really...
a reason that you ended up picking Paladin as a multi-class?
Yeah, well, it was such a long time ago, because I think I was talking with Morgan about this. I was tossing up between
Smite.
Paladin and something else.
Smite.
And
Smite.
and
Smite.
Paladin just worked better, and I think it was, I can't even remember what the actual reason was. It was probably something along the same lines as Christy was like, oh, spice it up a little bit. But just...
I honestly think it was when Annie. It was right after Annie nearly died.
Yeah, actually, that could have been
When-
it as
when's
well.
Yeah, it was at the town
The orphanage.
The festival?
Yeah.
The Annie
Oh,
almost
where
died
Annie
now?
Leroy Jenkins her way into battle and then got like one hit KO'd by the rogue that you had.
Oh,
the
yeah.
assassin.
That's right, the
Yeah.
assassin.
OP
Yeah.
rogue.
Oh.
Yeah.
And we were
feel
all
like I
like,
should have kept
why
that
do
in.
you keep playing this like a frontline? And she's like,
Yes,
I'm gonna
actually, I
Yeah.
think
fuck you all. I'm gonna become
Yeah.
a frontliner.
Yeah.
Yep.
you're right. That's it. It's
Yeah.
like her, well, her being based on like the trope of like white girl in the horror movie who just goes in and is like, everything's fine, it's all right, which has evolved so much more, and also hasn't evolved so much more than what I thought it would. So it just needed something to make her a little bit, I guess, beefier and more able to do those things that fit narratively and with her character, so that she didn't just get sort of beat up every time she was stupid, because that's a lot.
Yeah, and a sword. I think it was. Yeah, he pulled a sword out of the lake or some shit, right? I think. Yeah, it's around
That
then.
was
After.
sort of the
That was
lake.
way after.
Yeah. It was
Yeah, that was
but
after. That was
yeah.
It
after.
was still pretty cool, though.
Yeah,
Matt,
it was
tell us
cool.
about Deuce. Are you still happy with Deuce?
I fucking love Deuce. So, I mean, when I created him originally, obviously it was a bit of a sort of a jokey, memey character who was instead
Also got
of
your trauma surrounding Deuce.
my
Yeah.
traumas.
Your trauma around Gambit.
Were you kidnapped
Yeah.
as a child?
Sadly, there's no big traumatic reasoning for Deuce. I like to kind of just create characters that are characters in themselves. I usually like to play bards and that kind of little bit of a lighthearted, a little bit support type characters, and I didn't want to play necessarily another bard. I wanted to try something else. So I'd seen, in other media, like people playing clerics who are trickery clerics. I'm like, that kind of feels like just a different flavor of bard. So when I put Deuce together, essentially him being like a rip-off of Gambit from the X-Men, but at the same
Didn't
time,
you say you're also inspired by Jester as well?
a little bit, just kind of that cheeky sort of character who's a
Accent
cleric.
time.
Accent time. Oh my god.
Welcome back.
Wow.
We're not playing the game.
I don't care, do it.
Yeah. Oh boy.
That's your fiance there.
Oh Christ. So he was just a little bit of how you say, a card.
The little Frenchman.
a little Frenchman, a little bit on the lookout for only himself. At least that is how I kind of made it, so that his faith was not to be extolled necessarily for the benefit of others, but for lui-même seulement, only himself.
What?
Lui-même himself. I'm gonna go back to English, or I'm never gonna get through this. So yeah,
English.
yeah, regular accent. Yeah, he was made as a cleric that, while he would love everyone to believe in luck and Oladra as the driving force of the universe, as he does, it was his clericalness was really about himself and his own experiences. And what I've liked about him is that he started off as this kind of jokey character, and he still has that element to him, but I find he's found a little bit more of his humanity, or his halflingness, his empathetic side, and the experiences that not only that he himself has gone through and that the party has gone through, but those that he's met in Barovia. He always kind of felt like he had a lot of bad luck in his experiences, and now coming face to face with the circumstances of all these people in his party in Barovia, and like how truly they have not been fortunate, he can now see sort of the luck that he's actually had. Like, he's felt like his whole life he's trying to change what he's perceived as his bad luck, and now he's seen that people have it so much worse than he has.
He's
and that
realized his privileges.
He's realized, yes, his privileges. Exactly. So in that sense, I think like I can relate to him a lot in that way. I think the discrepancy
Tell us
between the
about
two.
how you've also realized your privilege.
Do I gotta say much more than I'm a tall white man living in North America? I mean, I think just seeing the perspective of everyone that I've met throughout my life has played in and sort of built in the narrative to Deuce. and has just been sort of a reflection in that sense, 100%. His empathy, especially towards the children, I think, of Barovia has sort of come through a lot. It's not something that I get to or that I'm like wanting to experience in my life, but it gives me, I find seeing the world and like children through his eyes has like granted me a little bit more empathy towards like all my friends who now have like young children and stuff, you know, and the difficulties. Not this group, but like my other like
We have fur babies. It's okay.
yeah, exactly. Like there's a lot more that I can learn from Deuce and his experiences and how he's perceived like the difficulties of life that he's learning through other people, you know, that he hasn't experienced. And I think it's been a very interesting just way to like grow a character who is like essentially this meme, and then you actually learn some lessons through them. And if that's not the quintessential D&D experience, I don't know what is.
I mean, I do like how, because I think when you first gave me your backstory, there was mentions that Deuce was kidnapped as a child, but there wasn't any mention of like Trey, I don't think, at the start. And I do like how that has sort of like come through with Deuce suddenly becoming like the protective parent of like all of the children of Barovia. And yeah, and just considering like by raw, Curse of Strahd fucking hates children, so it is nice to have like you know, a character that actually actively tries to care about the lesser remembered citizens of Barovia. And personally, I still don't quite see how the Deuce and Claudia romance came along. But like, okay, is that something that you actually want to explore for Deuce, like having a romantic interest? Because I will admit, when the campaign first started, I thought that perhaps Deuce has something for Bree, but I don't think that's the case right now.
No, I mean,
even
even how we had built it when Christy and I had been discussing it, it was very much Juice was like intending to like figure out why she was having this luck the way he perceived it, in being able to like just like execute and kill these things that are like in the way. It was like, that's crazy. And he thought, you know, it was something of a logic. He kind of wanted to be like the mentor, and like if that was the case, sort of like guide Bree a little bit. Through his experience in Barovia now, it's kind of like come to light that this is nothing to do with luck and something to do with someone else or something else behind the scenes. And I think we had a little bit of a chance to explore it, like how he feels when Van Richten came along, and he kind of saw Van Richten as this this challenge through like him being that guiding force and that friend to Bree in that way, which is super interesting when you sort of brought up this sort of sideline with he and Strahd sort of off like saying, hey, just offer up Van Richten or information and like, you know, we can have a deal here. So it's something it's something that hasn't come to the forefront yet, but it's something that I've always had in my mind in terms of how sort of Deuce is reacting to it and how that's informing his actions now and how things are going to go between now and the end of the campaign. So it's very interesting that that was sort of brought up, and he's still kind of like figuring out how this all pans out in the end.
Because I was wondering when I first introduced Van Richten as Bree's mentor, I was like, "Oh, is there a little bit of jealousy there that I can dig into from Deuce?" And whether or not, you know, and that's why I think that's why out of everyone I chose you to be the.
There was.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Just not the romantic sense, but like. Definitely.
Not the romantic sense, but like in sort of like a protective, you know, I've been here for her whilst you haven't sort of sense. Mm-hmm. And I think that's why, you know, out of everyone, Strahd chose you, Deuce, to be the one to be like, hey, if you want to backstab Van Richten, I'm gonna give you a chance, sort of thing. Yeah. And whether or not that gets explored later on, we'll see. But yeah.
Yeah, it definitely leans into that trickery side, you know, that what can you get away with side, you know, which I love that exploring that part of Deuce. And I mean, that reflects in trying to like scam people out of useful items that they have that just happen to be part of their bodies. I mean, that's just consequence of.
Did I ever get you for the Hag Nightmare?
I think so.
I think you got everyone at least once.
Yeah.
Really?
Hmm.
Yeah,
I think
that was
so.
your
I can't
goal.
remember if
I
Earlier
remember.
ones. I think it was one of the earlier
Yeah,
ones.
because Juice,
Yeah.
Juice cheated the abbot out of his healing, or rather, you agreed with intention of paying back.
Oh, okay. I can't
Yeah,
quite
I
remember
think
what I
you
wrote
got
for your
everyone
Hag
first.
Nightmare.
Yeah. You were just
Oh, I got
waiting in the darkness, Lisa. I remember.
No, because I was trying to remember what I had written for everyone for their Hag Nightmares and whether all of it had been done by the time the hags were resolved. And I don't think I think I only got Matt once, but I can't remember what your nightmare was.
It was one of the
'Cause I
earlier
think-
ones, so
Yeah, because I try and write a little bit of everyone's backstory into said nightmares, but
I get the sense that there was a little bit, but I mean, we've explored and gone through a lot of evolution since like that original
yeah.
line.
So it probably wouldn't be as relevant anymore. But
Check out the episode.
God, that was so long ago. All right. Is there anything else anyone wants to add? Because that question took up a lot more time than I thought.
True.
All right. Well, if not, so moving on. I just want to ask, what has been your favorite plotline / session so far? And it can be as non-consequential or as consequential as possible. Like your most favorite, something that like, doesn't have to be for your character specifically, but you enjoyed playing that session or plotline the most.
I wrote hag fight in the cellar.
In
Really?
the
Why?
windmill, you mean, or the cellar?
No, it was on the ground.
Oh,
In the
oh,
line.
The one
Yeah,
where we
the vineyard.
trapped them.
Yeah.
at the
Yeah, there was a.
lions.
Wait, hold on. Was that the point? Oh yeah, no, that was the one that ran. The one that ran away. Yeah. Is there a reason why, or was it just so it finally resolved the hag
I just
storyline?
thought it was really fun and hilarious because it was popping in and out, and we were just so prepared to some extent. Like,
Yeah.
I remember
I
you
was
guys had like
blinking in and out.
circles.
Mm.
Yeah, and yeah, people were.
Oh,
like,
chasing you
hopping
into
in
the
and
other
out.
plane.
Yep.
Yeah, it was like plane hopping.
Yeah.
Like, I don't remember. It was like Marcus, Bree. I can't. Who was stuck there? Like, but I just remember it was chaotically, hilariously fun.
Was that because of the battle itself, or was it like the whole hag storyline has been enjoyable?
Oh no, it was just my favorite session. One of the things that came to my mind because we were like, yeah, we good, we're ready. Oh yeah, let's just do it. Yeah, whatever.
A well planned combat.
Yeah, because we were just dealing with the hags for so many weeks. Especially Bree. I think she lost, like, she failed her saves like 3 times or some shit. So like my health was low. Yeah, I just wrote that. Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Anyone else want to chime in on what your favorite part has been so far, whether that be session or plotline?
I'm not sure I can necessarily pin down a favorite. I did enjoy just the overall arc with the abbot because I felt like we at least Juice got a chance to like kind of like scam him out of something for free, and it felt like a big moment to get something out of this fairly powerful character, and then everyone else like kind of like got something out of him, and just I like just how you portrayed him as this kind of like he just kind of states facts as things are. He doesn't have like emotions. He's just this thing operating.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, on this certain level, and you don't feel bad exploiting it. Like there's so many other moments in the campaign that like were just kind of heavy, but it just kind of felt like, nah, this guy's sort of like fucking over these people. He has these like monsters, that he's just amalgamating together. He's like making these deals that are not really good for people, and just sort of getting to the end of that. it was also the storyline where Deuce became a sheep. So I mean, you know, I kind of like that whole Krezk storyline in general, but interacting with the abbot was pretty fun.
I think the good thing about the abbot is that there's not really a moral gray area with him, and he is quite fun to play as this like very sort of like almost like a higher being that just like, well, you know, logically this makes sense, but then everyone else is like, wait, what the fuck? That makes no sense. And I don't know, he's a really fun character to play in my opinion. He's just really bizarre. And also just like the horror of like, you know, the Abbey of St. Markovia, and you know, seeing all of that play out and the huge battle that ensued to get you guys out of it as well. I think that was definitely like a really cool area to explore.
Are we up to the next question?
My honor,
Is that-
yeah.
No, that's still the favorite question.
Yeah.
That
Favorite
was
session.
one of my answers for who is your favorite or most compelling NPC and why, and I actually wrote the abbot as one of the options. Yeah. 'cause-
Okay, we'll move on to that in a second, but
I want to say my
yeah.
my like honorable mention is just Bree and Annie getting infected with lycanthropy and resolving that, and just like the image of like tiny Bree with like the collar around her neck. That's also just like a moment that I just love that moment. That was great, and having them restrained.
I
and
completely forgot about that.
yeah, that was pretty fun.
okay.
Yeah.
What about the Ravenswoods?
The Shiba dog meme.
Yeah.
Shiba dog meme. The Pomeranian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa.
For me, it would be probably the festival, like, because we had so much build up to that, and then when it happened, it like had just a lot going on. It was a wild ride.
You mean the Sun Festival?
Yeah, the
Like,
Blazing
as the
Sun.
culmination of all of those arcs, yeah.
It was
Yeah,
such a
yeah.
hard session to play.
Yeah. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, I think. So really enjoyed that. Because yeah, it was a combination of a lot of things, and also it was good to kind of put, for me at least, it was just fun to be like fighting Izek and just being like, you can't hit me, you know, like very almost childish, of like, nah, you can't hit me. So yeah, that was just a lot of fun. And yeah.
Is it mostly because of like the different? Because I know with the way I styled the combat for that session
Well, it was
that...
the role play at the start,
Yep.
where we were basically all indulging with missing cons. That was also part of it, and then like the actual nitty gritty of the various encounters and whatnot was also really good.
There was like at least 3, right? 3 fights.
Yeah, there was the
There
Blinksky
was-
shop.
Yeah,
There
the
was
shop.
the one in the alleyway where there was a crossfire happening,
With
and you
the
guys had to
kids.
Yeah,
save
the
the kids.
kids.
And I think there was the
attacked,
final big one, which kind of had like 2 stages to it, being the guards, and then and there was also Fiona's book club.
Fiona walked off. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, the book club.
and then there was the
Desire
final stage.
to be
Yeah, and then there
was
was
good.
that final stage in the square where R.I.P. Benson.
Right.
Yeah, and R.I.P. Annie for like half a second until we had technical difficulties and went to break.
That was me going like, wait, what the fuck? Wait. Honestly, I should have kept that. You guys would have been fine.
Probably.
I'm really struggling to pick a favorite. Yeah, go ahead, Christy.
No, it was just I remember. I think that fight. It was the first time I think Annie used one of her roles of the summon, the random RNG.
Oh, the stands.
Tails should be on.
Yeah, and I remember I don't know why I specifically remember it, but she gave something to Bree, and it was like near the end, and I think it cast fear or
That's
something
right.
on Izek. Yeah, and it was freaking. I thought it was freaking hilarious. This tall, mutated, like Devil May Cry creature, scared of a halfling.
Rawr.
Yeah, like I remember that
Oh.
specifically.
I mean, you've played Devil May Cry, like Dante and whatnot, compared to some of the demons they fight. They're like
Yeah, it's
tiny,
like
tiny,
Bree.
tiny.
Yeah, it was just, I remember I'm like, you could have costed a Marcus, but you're like, no, Bree. I was like, okie dokie.
It's so good.
Yeah, I just remember that imagery. Emma, go.
And
I don't know. I'm struggling because, like, obviously there's favorite combat, and I do think the fighting the abbot was really fun.
Oh, you had
and
fun
the
for
chase
sure.
sequence after that.
You had
I think that
Yeah.
was like a period. Yeah, I think I had just gotten the Staff of Power around then, and fighting
Just- yeah,
the
you had that
abbot was
skull.
one of my favorite battles. Like, because I think I took down the abbot, I took down his unicorn, and I wall of
The
force
clown card just real
the entire the mob that was chasing us.
Yeah.
I like followed one of them and wall of force
Yeah.
like caged the other. So I was like on top of the world in that battle.
Oh, the
That was a
not
good
Curse of
place
Abbey.
to be. Yeah, like
Yeah.
nailing it. That
Um,
was so good. Oh my god.
Mhm.
I did like that storyline as well, because I felt like it was interesting to see which characters did and didn't take the chance on the deals. Like Desire and Marcus were very like pragmatic, or don't like being mad at other people. And I liked the moment with Bree and Desire and what was her name? Emily, the NPC that was like
Yeah, Emily.
deformed.
I think
Yeah.
Emily.
And that was like a really,
Oh,
really
yeah.
heavy subject, but the way that we all kind of handled that, and like even Desire trying to like use one of her potions on her after death to like make her look like herself again. I really liked that. The human moments that we kind of had during that that part of that plot line. So yeah, I would say that the abbot was a really fun storyline to have.
Yeah. No, I think I remember. Yeah, I'm glad that you remembered that, because I wasn't sure, but it did affect Bree a lot. That meeting that.
Oh, man,
NPC,
okay, I
though, it
will-
didn't
I-
mean a lot. Yeah.
I know. I
Appreciate
will say that, like, when I was trying to figure out everyone's like traumatic backstory for the ghost flashback in the Fane, that I very much considered bring Emily back for either Bree or Desire, as like a someone, because the whole idea of that part was to bring someone who has passed, that made it was a big part that fundamentally changed someone's character. So I did consider bring Emily back as an option.
Oh, that will fuck Bree up. Yeah.
So it's not.
Yeah, I don't know if it
gonna go
counts as like
unnoticed.
a storyline or like a favorite episode, but I do think that the Huntress session was really, really cool. Like having those opportunities to learn more about different characters, even if we don't know that about the different characters yet, because we didn't talk about it. But like that was really well
You
done.
guys haven't
Just
really
like a
talked about
super
what
cool
happened in
session.
there, have you?
No.
No,
Fuck, maybe that can be.
because we just kind of
Fireside
immediately
chat.
were like, "You guys gotta go to Argavos Hall." It's like, oh, okay.
It's like, oh, let me rest.
So yeah, I feel like we haven't had a chance to really like process, and I'm holding in the back of my mind that Desire wants to talk to Bree about that whole thing. But yeah, that session was really cool as well.
We've actually had a few of those more heavier, like dealing with mortality, like the Amelia or Emily situation, and then of course there was trying to save the kids from the windmill, and one of them, unfortunately, because we had to strategically retreat, one of them unfortunately was no longer there. And then of course the Doru and the Father Donovich stuff as well. We've had quite a few of that.
I liked some of the plot lines that have shown us like the consequences of our actions, like going back and dealing with the hunger, and it's like this is how you've kind of disrupted the ecosystem of Barovia by taking out the hags.
Oh, man,
and now there's
yeah.
this thing that, has kind of emerged into that void of the power structure or whatever. It was really
Like the
interesting.
manifestation.
Alcohol.
Yeah, it's the manifestation of
No, that was
people's
Juice's
desire.
solution.
Man, like I will jump. Yeah, I will jump ahead and admit, like the whole plot line with the hunger and all that was actually my least favorite. I don't know whether I just felt like I did not feel good running that session. Put it that way. Like it just felt so hopeless, even though it was resolved at the end. I just did not feel like I gave you guys a very good time, and didn't give myself a very good time because I just felt by the end everyone was either so exhausted or it was just too heavy. You know what I mean? And I don't really remember why I wrote that in, other than the fact, as you said, to sort of like tell you guys this is the consequence of no longer having the drink pies in Barovia. But I don't think there was anything else beyond that was really moving the whole story along. So yeah, just throwing out there, I did not feel good running that session, and most likely would not be
Okay.
anything more similar than that coming out.
That's fair.
But Clem, we were just saying, like, what has been your favorite plotline / session so far? Doesn't have to be for Annie specifically, but something that you as a player enjoyed the most.
Okay, right. My family just has terrible time with phone calls. So I was really hoping to sort of sit, listen to everyone else's and then chime in, but I haven't had anyone else to inspire me.
I mean, I think a lot of people voted for like the Saint Markovia sort of plotline with the abbot.
Yeah.
And the Fire Fest, the Festival of the Blazing
Fire
Sun.
Festival.
Yeah.
As much of a disaster.
I think we're kind of, because I think question 5 was sort of like, what's your least favorite, and you might have also been sort of going into that. I think the Fire Festival may have been my somewhat least favorite, just because of how douchey, and I know that's how he's meant to be run, that fucking guy was, the Donald Trump incarnate, but just also it was quite...
But he died at the end.
Yeah, I know, but it was also sort of quite early on, and I feel like we hadn't quite found our feet, and I kind of felt like a little bit powerless in a way, which, again, is like what it's meant to sort of get at, but I was just like, oh god, I don't know if we can do anything, but like also props to you for coming up with those challenges and sort of like leading us through that as well with like, okay, here's what you can do in this sort of like seemingly hopeless situation. And again, I guess the hunger is, again, I don't want to use these words too heavily, but I guess kind of forgettable in a way.
Yeah, no, it was though. I think I agree with that.
So I guess only sort of like least favorite for those reasons. My kind of favorite sort of plot line or lore is definitely at the moment with the reconsecration of the Fanes. Like I just really, I love this in games as well, sort of like the matchy kind of like, there's 3 of a thing and you have to complete these things to, like, it's just very, I really enjoy that sort of completionist but sort of mystic aspect of it as well. And sort of like the unknown, but also, yeah, like going through that is kind of amazing. And also how you ran the Golthias tree. I don't know if this is going to come up in a future question because I closed them on my phone, but how when you made us take off our headphones for like certain parts of that, like it was like it was so like conducive just to the atmosphere and to the unknown. Like I think you freaked us out
I think
so much with that, and it was so enjoyable.
I think that was more so like, you know how in an RL game you might be like, can everyone but this person leave the room? I'm just like, how do I do that in like a online setting?
100%, yeah, just like that, and it worked. So I'm really enjoying that. Favorite other plotline? I think that's kind of about it. favorite session, I think, I don't know if this comes under like session or interaction, but when sort of like Marcus and Annie first met Blinsky, like
Oh, yeah.
that was just so much fun. And I think from an Annie kind of perspective, the session of going down into the lake and sort of discovering those things and like what you put in us for that, and also just Juice being a shark was just fantastic. Like that was really
The underwater
really
level
fun.
of D&D.
Yeah.
Yeah, the underwater level, but also
the beach episode.
Yeah.
the beach episode for Desire, but also us.
Yeah, no, I had fun.
Taking those potions and essentially becoming something else with different stats was also like a very sort of fun thing for me as well, which I sort of really enjoyed. It had like very much this sort of call back to sort of video game underwater episodes. Okay, now you're Sora as a mermaid. Whatever.
Vistani wedding.
Oh, for
Oh.
Sunny.
Single
yeah,
session.
stunning.
There's
Favorite
been
single
so many-
session?
yeah.
That was
I don't
great.
know. Yeah, lake with Deuce Shark and weird other underwater stats plus giant fish, kind of fun.
I'm trying to remember what my favorite session is, to be honest.
Yeah, what was your favorite thing? I'd be interested to know what your favorite thing was to run and what you thought you'd really enjoy running, but maybe you didn't so much after the fact. Though I feel that could be the hunger sort of storyline.
That wasn't so hard to run per se, because a lot of it was just combat. I think what I didn't like running about that is that it didn't feel like a win at the end, even though you guys did win, technically. But it was just like, you know, I know we all like our angst and we all like our dark and heavy storylines, but that felt like a little bit too much. And I think it was such a long combat as well that by the end no one was really having fun, and I wasn't either. And there's been a few other combats where it was really high stakes that I feel like I didn't run very well. And I don't know how you guys thought about it as players, but I just felt like I wasn't really giving you guys the challenge that you deserved, because I'm just not good at running combat. Like, it's in terms of like, I'm much more of an RP person when it comes to D&D. So when it like, there's a lot of times where I feel like I have been outsmarted, and I know I should be happy about that, but it just didn't feel like it was challenging for you guys. It just, because even near the start of the campaign, it just felt like everything I was throwing at you was being completely steamrolled. And like, you know, no one was like, everyone, all of the stuff I've read about Curse of Strahd is like, oh, you know, we have so many characters die, everyone goes down every single time. I'm just like, I can't even fucking hit you guys, like, what is happening? You know what I mean? And it could just be
Dice
that
tell the story.
yeah, but it's just like, I'm just like, how, like, I didn't feel like I was being enough of a challenge for you guys. And I think that's why now I'm a little bit more loose about like throwing you guys technically things that should be way above your level, because to some extent, I still can't really run these monsters and NPCs to the max, like, maximum efficiency. So it's like, well, I'm just gonna compensate by throwing you guys things that should be much harder, but because I can't run it as well, then it should be easier, you know what I mean? But,
I think you figured that out, like, pretty early, because I remember the werewolf den, when we were in there, like, we were, like, under pretty, like, tense circumstances, because we had quite a few like just werewolves in there that we had to deal with, and but we were able to get through it because we had like
also knew the effects of getting bitten by them and not doing that save as well.
Exactly. There was there was more than just that combat that was at stake. It was like getting bitten had consequences, like no matter what the end result was. So we were trying to be like, I think that was like pushing us to the maximum, where we had like there was like an area of effect that was like slowing down the werewolves, so we were buying enough time, and Desire was trying to pick a few off from range, and she had the darkness going, and Marcus put a trap down, and Bree's like in and out of combat trying to disengage. So like I think that was one of the like first 20-ish sessions that like it was a very tense combat, and we all had to like be on our game and figure out what we were doing, because we were going into like the wolf's lair literally, and we we prepped and planned as much as we could, and in the end, like, yes, we won, but we still had consequences with Annie and Bree being bit.
At
So,
what cost?
yeah, there was still a cost to doing all those things. And the tiger, I forget, was his name?
Tiger.
Also,
Yeah,
Tiger
Tiger with
the
a TY.
Tiger.
he also went
Yep.
down. So there was other consequences to that too. So, and that was pretty early on. So I think since then it's been pretty good in terms of making sure the combat's a challenge, but then feeling like there's consequences other than winning or losing. Fight.
Yeah, I feel like right now, when I run combat, I try to have something else that's at stake that you guys have to worry about. So it's less about just the enemy, and
Like getting poisoned at the
yeah, exactly.
festival.
Or like having someone that you have to save, or something like during this combat, having something that you need to protect. Like say, the when you had to reconsecrate the first Fane by lighting up all those runes, but you had the monsters going, trying to distinguish those runes. It's like there was just sort of different things other than see monster, kill monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I think to not I don't want you to sort of discredit yourself, but I feel like we have never sort of felt like we're not in immediate peril of being completely wiped out, but also with
Really?
those
Okay, that's good to know.
yeah, 100%.
We
But
do
also
feel
with
like
those really bigger battles, like the finally killing off all the, I was going to say tramps?
Thanks, my friend.
Hags.
What?
Hags. Yeah.
Tramps!
Those hag tramps.
But
Evil
the
tramps.
last of the hags in the basement, and also the battle with Baba Lysaga. Like,
Oh, that's
that
one battle I
went-
really liked. Yeah.
That went so far, like so close to the line well for us, that like I was like, I've got a friend who also has DM'd Curse of Strahd before, and like the day after I was like, I need to tell you about this battle that we just somehow got through by the skin of our teeth.
Did
Because
anyone go down
that
that battle? I
was-
don't think we did, right?
Oh, I tried to.
the Zaya got
You
really
almost, if no one understood, like if Morgan wasn't there and understood the rules.
Oh,
you
yeah, that's
can't
right. That's
truly
right.
build
Yep.
spells.
Yeah, so like I
Desire
think
got
we do
minorly
really,
inconvenienced that fight.
we do a really good job of planning, which I'm really sort of proud of us for. Like I know it's not sort of the most compelling watching sort of figuring out logistics for a fight, but it has really gone in our favor a lot of times where it could have gone bad like so easily as well.
Yeah. We don't tend to Leroy Jenkins, and when we do, usually it goes poorly for us.
Usually it's only Marcus or Annie.
I mean, I haven't really given you guys that many opportunities. I feel like a lot of the big fights that we've had are like things that you guys knew were coming. At least that's a feeling that I get. Hence, you had the time to prep and plan. And like, I don't think it's exactly taking away from the session to do that. It is nice to see, people not being murder hobos and actually prepping and planning for a big combat. Because then it's a bit of a cheat, but it's like, if I see you guys plan, I can then come up with other things to make this a challenge. But, I personally really liked it.
And like you said,
fight.
we're a group. We're a group that likes to use every resource that we come across, whether it's items. Like I'm still hoarding potions from the hags.
I was
that
hoarding
I'm like,
potions.
And
that I want to, that I loved that you worked with us to poison the water supply for the
so fucking dumb.
Yester Hill fight.
I'm still ignoring that
magical
happened.
disease. That was
I should have
hilarious.
allowed that.
Any good paladin Annie is like, I do not see it.
I mean, yeah.
But
And-
like, that you let us be creative with that, or like when we knew the hag fight was coming, thinking about the areas, like where we could set up that would force. Because what did Juice had like magic circle or whatever, and we had
Yeah.
we found the cellar where we could cast that for maximum
Yeah.
efficacy. So like I've loved the way some of that, even bringing all of the alchemist fire that we got from Ez into the werewolf fight and doing war crimes with it. Like we
Oh, yeah.
have really thought about like how can we use the terrain, how can we use the items. I like that. Or even like how can we use the spells that we have together, like Desire using Shadow of Moil and Bree basically being like sneak attack jumping from out her shadowy skirts. Like that's been really fun to play when we've had an opportunity.
Yeah, and there's still I still think there's something that Deuce and Annie, a combo that they can do that we haven't quite gotten to do or experience yet, which I'm sort of looking forward to playing with as well.
Combo attack.
Wait, which one? What combo attack?
Not telling.
No.
No, essentially, if they're within range and Annie forces someone to like go out of range from like Shadow or hideous laughter or something, Deuce gets an opportunity of attack or something. I can't quite recall, but
What?
yeah, that's a cool combo that we haven't quite had an
Warcaster.
opportunity to do.
Oh, dang. Okay. So nothing
Oh,
I do
yeah,
without.
Warcaster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one day we'll get around to figuring that out.
Yeah.
I
Okay, so
think
what-
a lot of the time when we first figured out that we could do that, we just haven't been in range of each other as well, which is sort of what it kind of relies on.
That's gonna come up in like suddenly everyone has forgotten what I have forgotten, and it'll come up in the game, be like the finishing blow, and I'm like, what?
Ooh.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that everyone seems to like the more like combats that you can plan and strategize for, and having
I don't
yeah.
think I really enjoy strategizing, but I like the outcome of when we strategize and it works. So
Okay, well that's good to know. It's good to know to have more things to include that in
I
that
think
sense.
it's also like just like speak of the nature of the campaign. Like it's not in a lot of the NPCs sort of repertoires or sort of like combative knowledge to just jump us out of nowhere.
Not really, no, because I mean, I feel like in the actual campaign, Strahd gets utilized a lot more. It's basically like, hey, your players are feeling, a bit too safe. Throw Strahd in there for a random encounter, and I'm like, no, but it doesn't make sense. Like he is like the one coming out of his castle to like fuck with you guys, when he could just send his minions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Though that being said, I do want to utilize them a lot more though. But
Yeah, but I think it's also that thing of like if
Busy
he
wedding
becomes
planning.
too present, then he doesn't seem as much of a threat.
The Kang problem.
yeah, I do feel like Strahd is just such a hard character for me to nail down because I'm not intelligent like him. So I have no idea how to play this character.
You
And
don't have to be intelligent, you just have to be a douche.
Yeah,
not
you
bad
gotta spend
either.
some time on like nice guys forums and just like
But yeah,
If
he
you need
is.
some pointers, I did create Conrad, so I can
Nope.
help out.
Okay, well, moving like piggybacking off that, what has been everyone's least favorite session / plotline so far? And like, I'm just saying, don't feel about offending me. Just if whatever it is, just like I would rather people get an idea of what people don't like. And as I said before, I personally did not like the way I ran the hunger and having that storyline at all. I think that was mostly I put that out there as like a here's some consequences of your actions thing, which I feel like I don't do enough of. I think a lot of times, we just do one thing and then I don't follow up with it because it's hard to keep that many plot lines going in my brain at the same time. And I don't want to feel like you guys do this one thing and then have to fix up the mess the whole, like every single time, because that is just like too much back and forth for me. And so I know I do tend to hand wave a lot of these consequences, and yeah, but like going back to that, I feel like I could have done without the hunger fight, to be honest with you. And but yeah, I just want to see what everyone didn't like certain sessions or plot lines that you guys thought we could have done without, or could have been done better.
So, my original answer was kind of a cheating answer, so I'm gonna tell you what that was just shortly, and then give you like my real answer. I was gonna say that my least favorite session was like the Death House, but that's kind of cheating because one. Well, wait. Let me understand. It's because
Him and the kids.
because it's a low level it's a low level, it's like level 1, level 2, you always feel like you can't do a lot of stuff and everything can kill you, which essentially like was the point. And we also like, we didn't know if we were going to continue the campaign. We didn't know if that was just a one shot. We didn't know our characters well, like, so I felt like because it was a pre-actual campaign, it didn't really count. And I feel like we could all say that one and be pretty right. But if I exclude that one, it was still fun, obviously, but it just, we weren't in the campaign yet. If I exclude that one, the only one that really sticks to mind, I was like, the session took way too long. I think it took like, it was like a 5-hour session where we were just in the crypts of Strahd's castle, going door to door, looting, and it was like 20 minutes for each like thing that you know took us forever. There was some moments where like it was broken up with like the brides coming down or us getting teleported or something and trapped somewhere. There was a few like good moments, but it just felt like we were all taking
you were just
so long.
ticking boxes off, yeah.
Yeah. It was like, oh no, there's 24 fucking crypts we have to explore and make sure we didn't lose anything. Like, it was like, oh, we needed to find a way that was less taxing. Yeah, because like we are bad when it comes to needing to uncover every portion of the map and check every crypt, and I don't think we even went to all of them. So just like, yeah.
I think we must have.
I think Josiah was sitting out filing her nails while Marcus went crypt by crypt and opened every single one. I was like, I was happy for Marcus, and I think Annie was. I don't know. There were some people who were getting into it, and I was like, I recognize this is not for me. I'm just gonna like.
Yeah, it was really hard to find a way to make that interesting, other than here's a list of all the crypts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I recognize that that's a really difficult balancing, because you don't just want to give us a list of what everything has, but like I think maybe the quote-unquote answer is like condensing things, like maybe there's like a 2-in-1 crypt situation, but like I think it also had to be done because that's also where Strahd lives/sleeps, so it was sort of important for us to become familiar with that sort of terrain, and there was sort of some important bits of lore that were uncovered there as well.
I mean, like, even in the book itself, that part is literally just listing each crypt and what's in it. And it's like, I understand this is like, you know, a big dungeon crawl, it lets you explore, but given that you guys are such completionists, it sometimes it does feel like, all right, open this one, open the next one, open this one, here's what you find, and it's like, oh, it's taking so fucking long. And yeah, I reckon that I would have to think of it. Well, thankfully you guys haven't covered most of it, but like, you know, with things like that ever happen again, I might just be like, here's a list, you know, just like, or at least like, here's the bigger plot points that you guys can explore, instead of trying to open each one to be like, where's my next objective? But yeah, I mean, that's something that I personally need to learn as well as a DM, just to like sort of how to condense the mundane part of exploration. But yeah, anyone else?
Least favorite for me was probably our first session in Krezk, because I think everyone got a bit silly, and obviously it was great in the moment, but in terms of like trying to engage with this new place, like this whole thing, and I know especially as Marcus, I was trying to engage earnestly with
the not having monetary value thing?
No, not that. It was the fact that apparently my interactions with Gregory were very homoerotic. And
Wait, I don't
there's
remember
nothing
this.
wrong with that.
I don't remember this.
To be very clear, I enjoyed that. It's just I was not
Oh, Gregory, sorry,
leaning
I
that way. I was
Dimitri.
actually trying to engage seriously with the content.
Yeah, I think I had a similar impression of Krezk, that we went like off the rails goofy and we couldn't get the train back on. Like that was the same one that
I told you guys
traded
this place doesn't
for
use...
a date,
Yeah.
and I was
because
like,
this place doesn't use money. I'm like, wait, that was a bad idea.
no, it just was a little bit it got to a point where like normally we have like a good balance of we'll joke around and then we'll get back into the content, and then we'll joke around for levity and we'll get back into the content. And that one, for whatever reason, like went very hard in one direction.
There's nothing funny about
was
Juice
fun,
asking
but it was-
Marcus to shear him. Okay, that's very serious.
That
Serious
was even the first
consequences.
episode. Yeah, I think also a l- I don't want to place it all squarely on sort of like the lack of monetary value in this place, but I think that also came from our sort of understanding of money generally in Barovia, which was just like, oh, we can't really sort of buy things anyway. Like we didn't have a lot of things on us that we could use to barter and
Right, yeah.
sort of exchange things with. We didn't have just kind of like loose pairs of shoes or like a nice pot plant, like things that would be reasonable to barter and exchange for in that sort of like currency-less situation.
I mean, I scrubbed that pretty quickly when I realized that you guys were
Yeah,
going way off the rails for it.
Yeah,
I
which
think-
was a really great choice on your part as well.
I think too, for me, like similar to Matt, was the exploration of Strahd's castle for two reasons. I got bored with ticking off all the tombs, but I also got it felt like we were very helpless there. Like we were uncovering a lot of things, and there wasn't anything we could do about it. Like we found the werewolf guy, and there wasn't anything we could do. We found the girl who used to own Annie, and there wasn't anything we could do. And it felt like we were very helpless in doing anything with the plot threads that we were presented with. So that was just a little bit of like, I don't think that could be done any differently, but I just remember feeling like a little frustrated and powerless, which I suppose is how you want the players to feel. And you know, Strahd's castle, you want them to feel like that's a lot. And then I think some of the werewolf stuff was very stressful. Like I felt like we could have maybe used like a little out of session like check with people about how this,
As in
because that
what?
was one of the stakes of lycanthropy. I think we could have like maybe
Yeah.
touched base as players out of session, because I felt the stress from other players, and I was just like, it's the first time I think that we've had like stakes that high, you know, not dying, which you can do something about if you've got a diamond or whatever, but like a real fundamental change to who your character is. And I think maybe just like a little check-in before we commence that plot line about like could have helped.
Kind of like heads up, here's what's going to be on the table. Proceed with caution.
Yeah, or
I-
just kind of check in about how people are feeling about this. And like, I get the tension between you don't want to remove the stakes and say like, don't worry, this
Yeah.
will all be solved, but just kind of, you know, to tell people like, if you need a breather, or you know, I think in retrospect, it's only something we could identify how heavy that was when we were actually going through it.
Yeah, and I think on that note, like, again, this is all sort of like in retrospect, and yeah, we can always see where we can sort of improve better, and I think maybe we didn't sort of quite have the tools at hand at the time to sort of find that, but I think the sort of, I guess, general treatment of Annie and Bree being all like, we'll just tie them up, like that's a very
Yeah, I also didn't really
Uh,
like how I did the lycanthropy there.
yeah, like it is quite like if we put it in sort of like real life human terms, like that is a quite humiliating, dehumanizing thing to do to someone. And like, yes, it may have been sort of the only way forward, but I think maybe just sort of the discussions around sort of the quote unquote dealing with that So yeah, it's sort of become quite pertinent that we were to sort of get to Argavost Holt and get that flower to remove that, because it just wasn't really enjoyable as a PC, having sort of your character, I guess, treated in that respect.
I think the whole thing with the lycanthropy, it's like it seems like from other campaigns I have read, sometimes people used it as like a bonus, like it was a good thing for them. But I think for us, it just didn't really turn out that way. Like it just seemed like it just created helpless situations that wasn't really fun for anyone. I personally also didn't really like how the lycanthropy for Annie and Bree went out. I mean,
I thought it was hilarious.
See, Christy has a very different take to it than I do.
Well, that's what I mean about like the session 0, because I think in some parts I was like following Christy's cues about like the way her character was processing it, and I totally missed until it was too late that Sierra was feeling really differently about it. I think it's something that we only figure out in retrospect, but like I was looking for, I think Christy was being a bit more verbal about how she was handling it, and I was like, okay, well, my character's going to follow her character's cues, and she's saying like, do this to me, you have to like do this, whatever it takes. But I missed what was happening with Sierra.
So I think
because like
I
Annie's
rolled
character comes from Annie's character just comes from a background where she has previously been sort of quite dehumanized and alienated from general society. So having that sort of comeback, like it does, I don't want to be like, make sense for her character to have that trauma, but I guess I also could have played that better as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think, God, it's all coming back to me. It's like,
It's all coming back. It's coming back.
Bree felt, she was in the middle, because I remember there was tension. And I guess we did talk about it outside of our sessions or whatever, but then I think I remember I did ask, I think, if I rolled like Arcana or History check, because I did ask, with Bree's background, would she have known about all this stuff? And you're like, yeah, and I was like, well, fuck, I might die. Cool. And I just, I guess, that was a long time ago.
It was,
but no, I think it definitely helped our team, communication wise after.
I think we can articulate a lot better now. Like I don't think we had the language to kind of say really at that time what was happening, except this is kind of a weird vibe, or
it's a bummer.
Stressful. But now
so
with
in
retrospect, we can really put that together.
Yeah.
I don't know whether
there was a chance of one of us
not
getting bit, okay, and a halfling getting bit. It's just so funny. Sorry. I'm fine. Okay, but again, we're over that. It's fine.
I can't remember how much I did change of lycanthropy for the thing for. Like, if a player was to contract it as well, I think...
you
Couldn't
changed it so it was going to be
curse,
quite a disadvantage to us.
Yeah.
Like, we would be a werewolf every night except when it was a full moon.
I think I personally changed it in a way where it wouldn't be beneficial, because a lot of times, from what I've read, players would get lycanthropy, and then suddenly they'll be like fucking OP because they do have that.
Yeah, they're having lycanthropy parties and fighting each other and like.
So I wanted to make it sound like, yes, it will make you stronger, but this is not going to be a good thing in the long run.
Yeah, but it's also like this party isn't other parties as well. And I think also the other thing was because we were not inherited, we were bitten, like we also wouldn't have control over that.
Exactly,
and sort of
that was another
losing
thing.
control over your character that you have as much control over as you can due to whatever the dice say is sort of another thing as well.
Yeah, that was like when, before Morgan remembered the rules, when Lisa thought Desire was going to die in a finger of death, I was like, this is the worst possible end for a character, because you become an undead under somebody else's control. At least if a character like dies, you can mourn them or yeah, it feels humiliating in a way to end up in that kind of like a form that's. It feels worse than death for a character to end up like that. So, yeah, I can relate to what you're saying about like the loss of control and the, yeah, just the inability to kind of like, even if your character has a bad end, to grieve them properly. Yeah.
So in the future, would you guys be like, even if it's not like an ongoing thing, like losing control of your character, like for me to be like, okay, well, your character has been possessed or whatever, and suddenly there's like PvP because of it. Like, is that something you guys would be like, do not want or can handle in a small amount, or just rather not have at all?
I don't.
I think I can
mind.
handle in a small amount, but it's the permanence
same.
of.
Yeah, it's permanent loss of control.
And I think also just the respect of those characters as well. Like, I think I think that's sort of the biggest thing for me. But because I think it would also possibly in a PvP situation be, not interesting, but just to sort of see the impact of each other's attacks directly on each other, I think could be an interesting kind of exploration. But again, if it's not sort of narratively fitting, except just, oh lol, this would be interesting, like I think I'm okay kind of taking the back seat of my character to the extent where it's not going to be like they will not die from a result of my being able to action or do anything.
Yeah, I feel silly, like the desire, obviously control and being controlled is something she hates. And if it was a short-term thing like Strahd charming her or whatever, like, as long as it comes to an end, it gives me grist as a character to like react to and process. But if it's like permanent and forever and there's nothing I can do about it, I would hate it.
I think...
Yeah, like I also quite enjoyed, I think it was in the orphanage when Annie had some pendant or something with her that was making her sort of act aggressively to the other players.
Actually, yeah, that's kind of like that example, a good example.
Yeah,
of
because I was the one doing that. That was kind of quite, like, not enjoyable, but it was just interesting sort of seeing the penny drop, or sort of like the other character players sort of figure that out as well.
I think if there ever is if it ever comes up in the future where like I had to take control of one of your characters because of whatever, like I'm personally never gonna let it get to a point where like your character could be put in like mortal peril or like damage a relationship to a point where it's imparable. Like it would be brief, and it would just be like a fun, oh shit, now my friend is suddenly attacking me, how am I going to defend myself whilst not hurting them? It would never be like, it would never get to a point where it would be that serious.
I think that's my sort of bottom line. If it's
there's a
if it
purpose.
doesn't
Oh my god, do it.
irreparably break things. Yeah.
I know you want to be a rogue. Just come and just do it. I know you want
possess spree.
Yeah, we've had a couple of one-on-ones, Bree and I.
can feel it. I know you wanna. Yeah. Yeah, if there's a reason, if there's a purpose, I think.
Yeah,
That's
it won't be
especially
willing
if
to
there's-
lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's a narrative reason and purpose, sort of like means to an end, absolutely, 100%. I'm not going to sort of block the natural progression of story. I think that's also like not playing a like, because we're doing improv essentially. It's not yes and.
Okay. Has anyone else not shared what their least favorite plotline / session is, or want to add to it? No? Okay. Alright, I think we'll go and break in like 10 minutes, but I'm just gonna introduce this next question real quick so you guys can chime in. I think a few people already answered, but like who has been your most favorite or compelling, or you feel compelling NPC and why? So like not just most favorite and like, oh, they were fun, like Blinsky, you know, like who has been one of your favorite NPCs so far that has been like very interesting to engage with, whether in a good way or bad way?
I think definitely for Annie early on with Vincent, that interaction was very interesting.
But with who?
I think like
Victor?
Victor?
Talking about the son.
Victor.
That's
Oh, Victor. Victor.
Ooh!
I'm like Vincent. Who's Vincent?
Vincent?
Vincent Valentine. Yes.
No, Victor. And I would sort of like to see him sort of come back, and I feel like Annie's sort of dropped the ball in keeping contact and sort of making sure they're okay. But that was those interactions between their characters I thought was
That was fun.
very sort of interesting, and the fact that sort of he challenged her sort of like happy-go-lucky nature as well. That was very interesting.
But I did so much rewriting for Victor as a character. You have no idea.
Yeah, and like the stuff with sort of Stella as well, sort of like carrying on from that too.
Anyone else? I know Bree, you said the abbot.
Yeah. It's.
What's your Yelp review of the abbot?
I don't think she hated someone as much as the abbot, like in this campaign. It was also, I think it was one of the. It actually brought about like an art, like her wanting to strangle Deuce, like for his stupidity, like, in this campaign. Oh, but it was Juice, it was Annie. Who else did it? Was it the rest of you guys? All four of you?
No, we're
Wait, what
good.
did we do? What did we do?
I'm innocent.
Take the deal.
Oh, right, the deals with
Yeah.
the. Okay, yeah.
Bree was like, are you
Are you fucking dumb?
like, don't know what you did?
Are you
Best
fucking
idea.
stupid?
You knew
What, dude?
exactly what he
What?
did. Got free shit.
Yeah, but like, I thought then that was like, I loved it as a player, but yeah, character, she hated it. Like she hated him, what he represented, like everything. But it was just nice, good, team drama. Like it was so good. It was good.
Delicious drama.
I think Argynvost the dragon I wrote because one, it's nice to have a good dragon, even though we had to fight his skeleton.
Finally, a dragon.
A good
Yeah,
boy.
dragon.
Yeah,
Dungeons and
because we've had
Dragons.
several dungeons. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I don't know what caught my Rahadin. We haven't really like. It just it's very mysterious. I want to know more. Why are there people screaming around him? Who are these people? Does he want to?
He is a very interesting character. Yeah.
Does he have a crush on Strahd? What is going on?
Do you want to be a wife?
Does he want to be a wife? Like, but no, those were the.
Waifu.
Yeah, that's what I wrote. But I honestly, the abbot came to my. I just remember I was like, "Deuce, you baka! What the fuck?" Yeah.
Anyone else?
I think for me, there's maybe. I have two answers. I'm gonna tell you the one that I feel like we haven't interacted that much with, but I feel like will by the end maybe come more into play, hopefully, and I'm just curious to see where it goes. So that one would be Escher, to see what it's gonna take for him to like really help us versus Strahd, because it's like we kind of like have him in the back pocket, but he's only gonna join us if like it seems like something's really like going against Strahd. So like to me, like that's the most like unexplored, interesting character that we don't know enough yet really to make that decision, that I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how we use him or how it plays out with him. The other one that it's given me a little bit of fodder in certain situations to sort of play Deuce's reactions, and that's Jenny Greenteeth, and having her like as an important figure for us in terms of information and just gaining
potions.
power, but at the same time, Juice just seethingly hating that she pulled one over on him. Even if in the end it kind of did help out, he kind of took it as a personal slight that he was tricked. So on that very personal level for him, for Deuce, it's just that character is just like, nothing gets him going worse than being the one that got tricked, in a situation. So
Someone tricked the trickster.
exactly. So that's the NPC for the character that that really kind of gets the most blood pumping. So I think that makes an NPC compelling when you can play your player character off of them like that.
I mean, like, Jenny is not a. Is she even? She's not. I don't think she's not by raw. And if she is, she's definitely not the way that I've written her. It's like, she was probably one of the first characters to come around that I think everyone was like, wait, what the fuck? There's a lot more to this here than we haven't sort of explored. And she has been a pretty fun character to just sort of like bring back in every now and then, to be like a little bit like a quest giver / direction person. And she's definitely the most chatty out of all the Fanes, so it's easier to just have like one person do all the chatting and the other two just sort of like, be in the background a little bit. But no, I reckon, especially when I first started playing her, I reckon she is probably one of the most fun NPCs as well, especially that back and forth with the Desire and Deuce and all of that, to just sort of like bring this very mysterious character in there that it makes you guys feel like there's something more going on here than just what's on the surface.
I love Jenny. I've loved the development of this early character who Desire had a lot of animosity against, because here's someone she can't charm, can't suggest, and is like,
Also
who's kind of demonstrating that she has one up on her and trying to then pit Juice against Jenny and the law against Jenny, and she's like, okay, what else can I throw at this woman because she's really pissing me off? To kind of over time becoming aware of here's someone that, even though I hated at first, I can actually be honest with. Because Jenny already knows everything, somehow knows about her past and the husbands that she's killed, to be like, okay, I can actually talk about my motivations and why I feel like I want to stop Strahd's wedding and where that's coming from my history, without having to hide anything. I think she's actually found that quite refreshing, and somebody who knows she's a poisoner and can actually respect that ability, finding that refreshing. I've really liked the progression of that relationship.
Yeah, I think Jenny as a character, I've kind of wanted her to be sort of exceed the realm of human understanding, but at the same time is friendly enough to want to give the people that she likes a hand. And just sort of, given that she is a Fane, but she is, she doesn't have all of her powers back because none of the sites are consecrated. It's having that sort of just having her power sort of shine through every now and then has been quite interesting. But yeah, is that also your Desire would consider to be her favorite character / NPC?
Yeah, I think she's the one I have the most fun interacting with, and yeah, like I said, she can be really honest with her. Yeah, and I think also I did this is embarrassing, I can't remember her name. Who's the central character that we're trying to protect? Oh, Tatiana.
Irene?
No.
Oh my god.
Arena. Yes.
I did like when they had, that was an early kind of interaction that I could kind of figure out, well, here's what Desire likes and doesn't like. She doesn't like helpless women who are trying to be protected, and trying to encourage Irina to utilize the skills that she had with potion making, and to kind of encourage her to be a bit more calculated in her interactions with Strahd by telling her, like, you have something that he wants. You do have something of an upper hand in this dynamic. Like, that kind of trying to was kind of interesting to explore, but I feel like that's kind of faded out as she's been living in that castle for a long time.
I mean, she's such a hard character to make interesting because she's very much written as like your traditional damsel in distress, and it is hard to sort of like give her the agency that I want, because the whole plot line is that Strahd wants to get with her. So yeah, you have to rescue her, and I'm just like I have tapered her off a little bit because like pretty much I kept her in the castle because I didn't really know what else to do with her, to be quite frank, and it wasn't like she was really helping you guys that much on your journey either. And a lot of times it's kind of like, oh shit, what do I have to do with Irina now in this situation? So I do want to potentially write more, like find out more ways to write her back in the story, so you guys don't forget her name. But yeah, it is hard, and it's
pulls out invitation. Where are we? Who's he marrying again? Oh, okay.
At least we got the werewolves' names straight now, right?
Right. Emil.
right.
Yeah. I don't remember any of them. Kirill, Emil.
I said Emil.
Yeah.
Silly. Yeah, but which one's good, bad? I will never get straight.
Yeah. Not for
Emil is the good one.
Yes.
Yes.
I remember because I wrote his name into one of our episode titles on YouTube. That's how I remember.
And also, like, the other one's dead. So.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, we blew up his mate and then taunted him about it and then killed him.
Oh yes, the war crimes episode.
War crimes episode, yeah.
He also blew up his son, but okay.
Whoops.
He doesn't need to know that.
He's murdered the entire family.
Wow.
Has there been anyone else who hasn't shared who their favorite
Sure.
NPC is? Yeah.
Favorite NPC? Well, Blinksky.
I'll allow you to say Blinksky.
Yeah, Blinksky. Bam. One of the pure, unadulterated, bottomless wells of joy in this.
Oh man, he was
Crap.
not going to be like that originally.
Oh, I'm glad he has gone the way he has. And even though he's suffered a lot of trauma, given his shop burnt down and people make fun of him, he's still going strong. Love that, Blinksy. And then as for compelling, I personally like Ez's story.
Oh yeah.
Esmeralda, that is, not the other Ez, not Ezekiel. Very different stories there. But yeah, Ez being like a similar Kohai to Bree, and that push-pull of being Vistani, and her mentor like has a hate for Vistani due to his circumstances, and then trying to do good, and then also accidentally, indirectly supporting us in committing war crimes. So it's been a whole very interesting arc for Ez so far, and I'm curious as to what direction she'll go, and what direction they will go, and what direction the mentor will go as well. So will they come together? Will they pull apart? And what will Bree be like a bridge between the two or not? Very interested in that.
They're still not on talking terms with. What do I keep saying? Rictavio, not Rictavio.
Van Richten.
Thank you.
It's been a hot minute.
I don't even fucking remember what they were in the story now. I'm gonna go back and watch the streams. But yeah, no, Ez is another character that like I have added in a lot more compared to what Curse of Strahd Raw would be, because in terms of like your fated ally, it is Van Richten. But I just feel like Ez so far I have managed to make a lot more compelling compared to Rictavio. Fuck Van Richten. But yeah, no, it's they're another character that I definitely want to explore, and the whole idea of like making them was it Lady Kate as well.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that was another way to sort of tie them into the story that I just like I needed more of a reason to have them be there than just I appear. You know what I mean?
But it's me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I also really look forward to like seeing how, Bree and Ez kind of interact around the whole Van Richten thing. I've really enjoyed seeing that dynamic and that relationship because it's through them that we get to see like, oh, Van Richten is not necessarily the guy that we thought he was, or he has all this troubled history. Yeah, I like their introduction a lot. I like that they have stayed in the story as prominently as they have.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Bree and Ez sort of like team up to shit on Van Richten. Because I'm just like, that man is like real racist by raw. But I've made him a lot more likable for obvious reasons. But cool. Is that everyone?
They're joining us, I think, on the bridge.
Oh
Five.
yeah, right. We're blowing up a bridge. Talk about using all our resources. That's
War
using
crimes.
some scrolls we've had for like 40 sessions, I think.
Crimes. Crimes.
Yeah. Is that has everyone shared their favorite NPC so far?
His clan?
Yes,
Victor.
Victor.
Oh,
Not
Victor.
Vincent.
Sorry. Yep.
Emo boy.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think that's
well,
everyone.
All right. Well, in that case, we'll go on break and we'll come back. And I don't think the next few questions are going to take as long. But yeah, we'll come back and we'll finish those off, and we'll see if we have a little bit of time to jump back into the game. Okay. So let's do a half an hour, or should we do 15 minutes? Do you guys have time
How
to
about
eat?
20?
Yeah, 20 I
minutes?
can do.
20 sounds good.
25.
All right, we'll do a 20-minute break, and we'll come back then, and we'll finish that off.
At half past.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Everyone, go get some food, get some coffee, whatever. We'll see you guys in a bit.
And we're back. Welcome back,
We are
everybody.
back. Maybe we can put CC Cam in where the map is.
With CC Cam, yeah. Let's see if I can.
Because we're not
put
really
CC
using the map right now anyway.
Let's see. I can
That won't
try
be
and put in a
distracting.
CC Cam. Hold on a second. If she stays. Whoop.
And she's gone.
I'm just trying to make it not take up the whole screen when I switch the camera here.
Okay, well, just moving along to the next question. This is just for me to help me figure out how we're gonna sort of plan the rest of the campaign. It's like, because I know currently we have very sort of linear. We're gonna tackle this plotline. We're gonna tackle that plotline. There's not a lot of things happening parallel to these plotlines. That's like at the same time. So, do you guys prefer the more singular / linear plotlines, or do you want to have like the multiple plotlines that you can then choose which one you want to jump into?
I think
Oh, I
for
see.
our brains, having sort of singular linear things is not a bad thing. And I feel like you sort of give us a choice sort of as well of sort of what we want to sort of go after, but then there's also like the competing sort of things with time constraints and stuff as well.
I wrote linear would overwhelm most of party if it was multi. LOL.
Yeah, I don't mind being
10 out of
given
10
a
with rice.
choice between like two, maybe max 3 options. I just remember a time when we had like 5. It felt like particular threads that we could follow, and I was so overwhelmed. We were just meeting new NPC after new NPC, and I was like, yeah, my brain
mean-
cannot handle it. I can't remember from week to week.
Do you remember?
I do not have a keen mind.
Do you remember the lady being, oh, could you find my dear Gertruda? Like 40 sessions later, it's like, oh, we found her.
It's like, oh
She
shit,
doesn't
okay,
want
yeah,
anything to
you're
do
He
with
doesn't want to come home.
Yeah. So yeah. Any like big new plot line now, we're gonna be here another 50 sessions by the time we get to the end of it. So I mean, I think we have quite a few things that we're still working on and still resolving that we got plenty of plenty of stuff to work through already. Like it brings me back to when we got to Vallaki for the first time and the whole political thing. We had to like see, okay, what's this Lady Walker about? What's this the Baron about? And is there anything else in the middle? And yeah, so we're gonna go down and extinguish any plot line that's like brought towards us. So in the sake of sanity and keeping us on track, then yeah, just working through what we already have, I think is gonna work.
I mean, I will say the way I sort of structure my own notes and session is that it is very much like this is gonna, like, I call it the script of this session, and like and so there's not a lot of room for give to be like, oh, suddenly we're just gonna go off and do this thing, suddenly we're gonna go off and do that thing, because I'll be like, fuck, I haven't prepared that part. And I think that's just like, I personally do better with a singular / more linear plotline because it's less for me to have to focus on. Like, I'm not very good with having to prepare things in advance so you guys can be ready to sort of like jump into any part of the story. But I think what I do want to try and do more of is to have things happening even if you guys aren't there, for you guys to come back and be like, oh shit, this has happened, that has happened, and we didn't know about it because, you know, there wasn't any checking in, there hasn't been any communication to this party, to that party, to have stories that are still ongoing even if you guys aren't there to actively make it happen, if that makes sense.
So effectively, what I'm hearing is, instead of multiple plot lines of like, for example, in my campaign, I have the overarching, they've fallen into hell plotline and they need to get out. But at the same time, they've got this weird side quest that has a guest star party member attached to it, kind of thing. And they're very separate. Like, I don't think I would make the party be like, well, now you have to choose between the two in that kind of way. So I like what people are suggesting of like, have a problem, like have your problems be relatively sequential, and then it's like, how do you want to deal with this problem? So like the political scene was perhaps more complex, but otherwise it was ultimately, do you side with the Wachters, do you side with the Valakovics, or do you find a different solution, which we clearly did by blowing the whole thing up. But overall, it was one main problem kind of thing. I like that approach.
So it doesn't, like, this is basically asking, like, you guys aren't feeling too railroaded to only explore certain plot lines per session?
Nope.
No.
Nope, not at all.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I think it's because, like, personally, it's always been a bit of a, like, it's always been a bit of an issue for me to kind of see the overarching narrative throughout the whole story. Like, that's why I say that, like, I'm very bad at, like, trying to consume, like, media like Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings, where it's like, there's 20 million, like, factions and there's all this political sort of overlap with each other, whereas I'm more better at, like, focusing on what's happening at that moment with these characters. Like, I don't remember, like, any overarching shit is really hard for me to keep up with. And personally, for me as a DM, I think it's easier for me to have a more singular plotline to be like, this is the main thing we're going to solve. There might be a few other little things happening surrounding it or at the same time, but they're not going to be as like the main issue one at a time. But yeah.
And I think we have to respect your time as well, because in the past, when you have given us options and said, like, which of these threads would you like to pursue, when we're not actually sitting down in front of the computer gaming, I do think that a lot of us lead really busy lives and do struggle to do that kind of thinking outside of session. And we have historically really struggled to give you feedback, a definitive, like, this is our plan, this is our route, what we'd like to do. We tend to just like work it out through conversation in character and out when we're here. And you know, I understand that would put a lot more pressure on you as a DM, so I'm happy to be like, kind of, you know, next session we're going this way, think about that. You know, I don't see that as railroading because we've got to respect your time as well.
Yeah, and I think also what you're most comfortable DMing with as well. Like if you find it sort of difficult to sort of keep all like the balls in the air, then that's also perfectly fine just to sort of do one thing at a time. Like we're still having a great time.
Okay. Anyone else want to chime in on that point, or?
Is anyone else not having a great time?
All will be well.
Oh,
In brackets.
All is well.
In brackets, a threat.
1 out of 1 linear, please. 1 out of- yeah,
101, is that a good thing?
yeah full
Give me
marks.
0 out of 1.
Full marks. It's just worth 1 mark, but it's full marks.
1 mark.
It's full
is
marks.
Okay, alright, good to know. Well, in that case, I know we do have a few open plot threads at the moment, so which one do you reckon you're most excited to pursue / resolve, even if it's just like finally dealing with Strahd and the whole wedding situation, or like whatever we have up in the air right now? Even if it's
All of
like
you
a
just think
little
I should
one.
remember the plot threads that we have up in the air right
I mean,
now.
even if it's like a little one,
So-
like Fiona's book club, or like where the
Yeah.
hell has Ernest gone, or things like that.
Mine's pretty general. I mean, we've known about the Amber Temple since like the 5th or 6th, I think, session that we heard about it somehow. And I remember there was like some inference, like, oh, you'll see it at level 10 or something. And then we've had like
Where?
little references with in Annie's plot line and with like the hag. So it's like always come up. And now Lady Wachter is there. So it's like, okay, what's happening at this fucking temple? Like what does it have to do? What does it have to do with Annie? What does it have to do with Bree? What does it have to do with Lady Wachter now? Like what's at this Amber Temple that's like so that everyone seems tied to it some way?
Everyone seems so cool with, like, it's the place to be.
Exactly. So
Why is it the place to be?
Party town.
I'm just
Honestly,
curious
that's gonna
to
be
get
such a
to
big
it.
session.
Yeah.
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 The Amber Temple is
I
gonna be
think
such a
there's-
big thing to plan.
I think
Yeah, sorry. go ahead.
a few of the lore things that I would like to excited pursue tie up is sort of like things with the Fanes, sort of get to the bottom of that.
Mm.
And also the we keep sort of briefly touching on it. The crazy wizard that died in the mountains.
Right.
Oh, Mount Bartok, yeah.
The Mad Mage who appears as an elk.
Yeah. Like I'd like to sort of get that sort of figured out. And then also just like put an end to Lady Wachter like once and for all. Like just fucking be done with her. Like
Yep.
she is
You want-
nothing to us.
You want to close this chapter of the book club for good.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, the final chapter of the book club.
Oh.
Oh, that's the episode title, isn't it?
Yeah.
The final chapter.
Lock that away, Matt. Lock that away.
When we get there, yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna write that down.
I think
And
yeah,
I think
the
also-
Amber Temple's a big thing.
Yeah, trying to pick off the various wives like Ludmilla and other one to sort of help get to that sort of Strahd end game where he's got sort of as few things in his arsenal as possible.
Arsenal.
Yeah.
That's not what I heard at first.
What did you hear?
Definitely not arsehole.
Us and all.
He's got things in his arsehole.
Now you know if I said asshole.
How do you know he doesn't have it anyway?
Well, we haven't done that investigation yet.
Yeah, bag of holding.
I think like
We'll ask Asher
the
about that.
final, yeah, the final Fane reconsecration. I'm actually really looking forward to. Like I didn't come up with it, but like what someone has come up with is really really cool, and I'm really looking forward to finally getting to do that.
I'm hearing is we should ignore everything you've just given us and go straight to the windmill, I think, is it?
It's a windmill,
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it's the windmill. So yeah, we just ignore this whole impending doom or whatever and just go straight to the windmill.
You can. I'm saying you can't.
Nice.
I'll have to have Deuce bring back Bella's body again. I'm sure we left it somewhere at the windmill.
Us.
I thought didn't we bury that or burn that?
Uh,
I swear to God, you guys have done
I think we
something with that.
burned. We buried it at when Annie was digging the hole for her
In Velaki.
guy. Marcus was like, "Do you mind if I just put these in there as well?"
Yeah.
And
I just got a couple
It'll
of things.
chuck 'em in there,
and you
chuck 'em
just
in there.
watch him pour out the bag of holding.
he's like, "The
too many
bag's already
corpses, put it in
open. You're
there.
already digging a
Mass
hole."
grave. Okay. What about everyone else so far? What threads are you looking forward to finally?
I wrote a list.
God.
Give us the list.
It's not really. It's just my very survey-like answers. So ample temple.
Ample temple.
Was
Apple
Temple.
Temple.
The Apple Temple.
Yum yum.
Yeah.
Like it probably is.
Wait, what?
Wizards dual lore. That's not
Wait, what?
wizard.
What was this deal?
That
Wizards
wizard
duel.
fight. That wizard fight. The old wizard.
Oh,
Found-
with the in the Amber Temple.
Yeah, that stuff. And then mysterious Mononoke deer from like first few episodes. What up with that?
Mononoke, dude.
What up with that?
Yep.
The
And yeah, and then the next one is somewhere new, please. Somewhere new.
When you
wait, what?
Somewhere
What new?
new.
Somewhere new.
Oh, it's a
want to go
non
somewhere new, so
Yeah.
I guess if
I think.
the mists are above and around, we can only go down. So let's dig out
Well,
Barovia.
we already did.
You guys just went down. I think so far the only places that by Raw hasn't been explored is the Solanka Pass and the Ample Temple and the
We haven't been to Van Richten's tower either.
You haven't been to Van Richten's Tower either.
So we did drop Irina off there, so
Yeah, so there's the 3 that hasn't actually been explored by Raw.
That's
I
my
want to
list.
go to the Apple Temple.
The Apple Temple.
The Apple
yeah,
Temple.
where we can learn how to bake a better apple pie.
Yeah. It's that
Okay.
wizard. I want to know more of that shit. Yeah.
Like how the sort of like the in conflict of the Amber within the Amber Temple and how that sort of created the downfall.
Oh yeah. But also, I guess a bit of Bree's backstory, like that's been there, but there's like
Oh, yeah.
so much other stuff too, which I'm like, yeah, if Fiona walked there, let's wrap that shit up.
Yeah, I mean, Juice made her a
wrap it up, wrap it up.
gravestone.
Close the chapter.
You know who you can blame for Fiona Walker still being a thing? Morgan.
Cheers, guys.
Cool.
Thanks, Marcus.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Because you pointed out that was still a loose thread or something.
No. It's
Whatever happened
because
to Theodore.
not really. No, it's more like during the festival fight. I think Morgan said something along the lines of, "Oh, she's an illusion, isn't she?" And I'm like, "Yeah, she."
Great idea.
Oh boy.
And now she's an
Sorry.
overarching villain.
Yeah,
God damn it.
sorry, guys.
Yeah, I think I'm also interested to see what's happening in the Amber Temple. I'd like to know more about what's going on with Bree, and I think it would be interesting for Desire to talk to her about it as somebody who has made a pact with a, significant power. The kind of different perspectives of how they feel about that, and the power that affords them. For her to know more about that could be really, really interesting. And then, of course, finishing off Fiona and Izek.
Nailed it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey!
Ismark every day. I have to be careful because I've got that spell now. Lance of whatever, psychic lance that can be targeted when you say someone's name, and I'm terrified that in this final battle I'm going to be
That's
like,
gonna kill him.
Ismark!
I was like, oh fuck.
Or like here off left, like a blue shell going all the way back to Barovia, and he's writing at his
Devil.
desk and just like, oh, what the shit?
Dude was just having afternoon tea and he gets stabbed through the heart.
God.
I'm gonna have it written on my hand and be like, Marcus, please write down the name of who we're fighting. I don't want to mess that up.
Oh boy.
Morgan?
Yeah, I am looking forward to. I see a lot of potential in the next, the whole biolab arc of getting like. There's potential for some real creepy shit to go down because, in some ways, I know obviously there's been some very bleak moments in the campaign, but like there's not been as much creepy shit. And I feel like there's some really good potential, especially with this fucked up thing you described, kind of as seeing it in the corner of the scry, the like multi-headed dwarfy or whatever. So I think there's some real potential that excites me as more as a DM, honestly, of like how can I craft a similar kind of creepy thing for D&D.
Pretty, like body horror atmosphere.
Yeah, and how do you do that as a DM kind of thing and make it enjoyable for your players? Because obviously most of it's theater of the mind kind of stuff. But yeah, otherwise I definitely completely agree with everyone else saying the Amber Temple because it has the answer to a lot of our remaining questions, or at least it seems like it does. So looking forward
There is
to
a
that.
lot there, I think, that can just sort of... a lot of the current plot threads have sort of converged on the Ample Temple. But,
Ample Temple.
yeah, I think, yeah, finally getting that out of the way. And I really like the map for the place as well. I think that's a really, really cool map to explore. But, yeah, I think there could be a lot of potential there. Is that everyone, or...? Yes? Alright, cool.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, I'm also interested in like having the space to kind of wrap up what happened with the Huntress a little more, like you know, talking to each other about like, you know, I feel like there's just a little something left unfinished from that arc about what happened to all of us and Bree's near-death experience and yeah.
Okay, alright.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just saying this message. Alright, well, in that case, I think overall in the campaign and for like the upcoming sessions, like, what kind of content do you guys want to see more or less of? Whether that be like, you know, more horror, more like romance, more like political intrigue.
Or rom-coms.
I can promise that.
No. I just really like the lore of the lore of everything. Yeah, and magic shit.
More magic shit.
Nah.
Are we currently feeling like there's not enough of, say, Strahd's backstory, or not enough of X character's backstory, or like there's more you want to get to know a bit more about this side of the lore, like more about the Fanes, more about blah blah. Or you want to see less
It's more
of?
backstory.
But what?
I think either directly or indirectly, when we're gonna be finding out or being more in close contact with the brides, because they were pretty interesting when we got to interact with them, like seeing Bree interact, and Annie and Desire, and seeing how everyone sort of interacts with those brides. I include Escher as part of them. Just, we don't know all that much about them. We know that, you know, they're devoted to Strahd. I think like it feels like the in the next session, since Ludmilla and Rohadin are sort of leading this next like assault, essentially, that whether it's, you know, in the interaction with them or in the aftermath, going through whatever is in that lab that may give us interesting context for how these brides came to be in Strahd's thrall or in Barovia in general, because like we kind of get their motivation, but it like just feels like it's unexplored a little bit. I'm not saying it needs to be like super in depth, but you know, just to see like how, you know, how exactly they think, because we only got them in the context of when they're next to Strahd. When we're next meeting Lumilla, we're going to be in mid-combat. Maybe it'll be some like witty conversation while we're trying to kill each other. I don't know what form it'll take, but yeah. Something to
And I
think
guess
about.
also with sort of the various ages of the bride is maybe something that's either an unknown or I've just forgotten, but there might have been like people in Barovia who knew them prior to being a bride of Strahd who would...
Not by anyone who would be human, I would say. It would have been long in the past by
They
now.
aged out of
okay.
that category.
Uh-huh. Good thing Speak with Dead exists, hey.
True that.
And he's
Alright,
gonna have
so
to
more
go
grave
through some
robbing.
guilty-
Unlocks
Grave
like
robbing, got it.
half an hour of content of us digging up a cemetery and Annie just asking, "Did you know Ludmilla?"
This is gonna be like
Oh,
the same D&D movie.
Yeah, D&D
I was
movie.
gonna say that she could go through like ye olde Barovian Facebook and like see who she was
Ye olde
friends with. And...
On Facebook, what?
Oh my god, I love it.
So basically, you're getting the census. We're doing census records.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Tell me your family
Yeah,
history.
and like the Keepers of the Feather could probably help with that. Like
Oh yeah, they're being very underutilized right now.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
need to
we
use them
could
as our
use them
record
more.
keepers.
But yeah, they could look for a tombstone that said, you know, Mother of Ludmilla. Just
Man,
Control F that shit.
that would be kind of sad that your tombstone's just mother of one of Strahd's brides.
No,
but I guess
but like, no. Like on tombstones, they do often say like who,
Father of blah blah blah.
yeah,
like devoted father of blah, mother of blah, grandmother of blah blah blah.
true.
And I also saw, this is very off topic, but I also saw the other day a really cute thing that I think happens in American cemeteries where some people put recipes on their tombstones.
I've seen that before. I've seen photos of that.
Yeah, that's really cute. Or recipes on tombstones.
Okay, more recipes on tombstones.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd like to, I'd echo. I'd like to learn more about the brides and their motivations. I think that would kind of flesh out who they are as characters, and also like, you know, I have the feeling that Anastasia, like, the more we know about them, the more we've been able to like successfully deal with them in combat. Like,
Mm.
Polenta. I always
Polenta.
Polenta?
Winter.
Solenka Pass.
Yeah, what is her name?
like
Couscous.
knowing her personality and that she likes a challenge and a fight meant that we could kind of like persuade her to back off when Bree was like bleeding out on the ground being like, I can still take you. And we were able to like convince her to go away. So I've enjoyed how knowing their personalities has influenced the way we've dealt with them. So yeah. And definitely like Anastasia, I feel like is a weak link in the in her jealousy. And I really look forward to playing with that some more.
We can optimize on that.
The name of the third bride. There's something starting with P. I know that.
I don't know if this is possible, but like I wouldn't, in a similar way to getting the lore, like seeing like potentially like almost like flashbacks
Polenta?
of like
Polenta.
Polenta.
Yeah.
No, not Polenta specifically. She seemed like she was just a psychopath in life and a psychopath in unaliveness. but like Strahd, like ignoring his whole creeping on his brother's bride and all that. Like, who was he? How did he relate to his parents? Like those other things before, you know, he became like the man he is. Because we know all those like high level stuff.
I'm
Yeah, but remember the
Relationship with
last
his mother.
time.
Yes.
The last time that Lisa gave us a flashback, Juice was like, dispel magic.
Oh, that's right.
I
That's
tried.
Juice. Yeah, I touched the thing and then Juice ruined it.
I didn't know if you were in danger, you know. I'm trying to look out for you.
Yeah, I think the three brides and Escher are just, they are very interesting characters. They're a bit one note in the by Raw, and I do want more of a chance to sort of expand upon their characters. I know right now, aside from Ludmilla, the other two are very one note, and that's why I'm just like, I want to flesh it out a little bit more and potentially not have all of them die before you guys have to face Strahd at the very end. Just so he still has a little bit of, yeah.
No, but that's our plan.
Isn't it? They like
I'd
the
also be
mini boss
curious to
squad.
know what
Pardon?
Oh yeah, I'd
no.
like to know more about him too.
What? No, the what college Escher is. Like what kind of bard he is.
Oh,
Where'd you go to school?
Jesus Christ! I
Yeah,
have no
where'd you
fucking
go?
idea.
Yeah,
You might know a guy that I knew that we went to like primary bard school with.
I mean, by Raw, Escher isn't even listed as a bard, but like I made him a bard for
It fits.
to give him a look. By Raw, all of the brides are actually just like, I think they only have like vampire spawn stats or something like that. They're actually very underpowered. But like I've gone through and like tweaked everyone's stat blocks to give them a bit more flavor. That isn't just like
Character.
shitty vampire spawns that can go down very quickly by now.
So we should have fought
okay.
them at the dinner, you saying?
You could have, I guess. No, I think by then I had already given everyone the stat blocks they are gonna use now. In case you fought them at the dinner. Okay. Was that everyone? I think so. Alright, well in that case, one of the last questions. Is there anything you guys think that we, either as a party or me as a DM, should change? Whether that be how I run the game, how... basically anything. Should I, you know, not just wear my pajamas on stream? Like what else?
Prep earlier, make sure you're well rested and don't have to write into the night the day before.
Sleep more!
Get
Sleep
more
more,
sleep.
DM.
No. No, sorry.
We tried.
Dye your hair.
Aside from my health.
Incorrect.
Which I have no control over, but yes.
I mean, I don't think so. I think we've talked about a lot of our opinions on how the game's been run already, so yeah. Great job, Lisa.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm trying to think. Like, because I know there's been a few times where you guys have, like, come to me with certain ideas that I have not really been able to action, or completely forgotten to action. That kind of stuff. Like, if there has been anything like that and you feel like it hasn't really been explored to the extent that you want to, you know, please reach out to me again. Because, yeah, I do forget things very easily. So, or if there's somewhere, you know, that you want your character to go, you want your character to have more of a limelight, whatever, just, yeah. What I'm saying is I'm very open to you guys giving me ideas because it helps with my planning as well.
Yes.
Okay, well, that being said, just a little bonus question. Was there anything you guys wanted me to reveal, a bit of a behind the curtains of whether or not said thing was raw or my thought process behind something? I'm happy to let you guys ask one thing each, if you want. And I will reveal as much as I can without spoiling the story.
Trying to remember.
even if it's just like, was this thing by raw? Did you mean to do this? Because I think I think if at the very end of the campaign, I do want to do like a session where we just sort of like, I'm like, here, come to the backstage. You know, I mean, give you a tour of what's been happening.
Let me show you the dressing rooms.
Yeah. Because yeah, this campaign has like I'm not joking when I say that like probably a good 60% of what we're playing now is probably not by raw anymore. Because yeah, it is a very, very, very hard campaign to run because it doesn't really give you a storyline. It's just kind of like, it's too sandboxy, hence why I've had to add so much more things, and just with what you guys have given me as well. But I mean, for example, like the whole Kalimavor thing with the whole sort of like the aboleth underneath the lake completely by raw. That was none of that was in not by raw. Completely like homebrew. Completely none of that wasn't raw at all. Not even the mention of Kalimavor wasn't raw. And similarly with the 3 Fanes as well, there's only like mild mentions of the Fanes in raw, if I remember correctly. And all of the sites that you've had to consecrate so far is done by someone who is a very big contributor in the Curse of Strahd community, but I've also done my own tweaks on top of it just to make it a little bit more interesting and a little bit more tailored to what we have going on as a party.
I'm not sure if this.
What has?
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go. No, you go.
I go. I don't know if this exactly is like the question, but I feel like it's in the spirit of it. How have you enjoyed or managed the implementing things that like I've brought up with Deuce? Like, I don't think a casino was in Vallaki, so I'm pretty sure you had to like invent that and the games that were there. And how do you enjoy having to invent different characters that happen to have pieces of limbs that Deuce now wants?
I will say a lot of the body parts you have been stealing have been made up on the fly, like the guy with the glass eye, or the lady,
one had a
ear horn and things like that.
Yeah.
That was very much, I just made it up on the spot when you asked me for it, because I'm like, this would be funny, and it was. So
I guarantee there'll at least be one more. I'm gonna find at least one more before the end of this campaign.
So more stealing body parts.
Juice the.
Went to his job the next day and got fired for like no longer being able to take customer orders.
Can't hear. But no, like the casino in Vallaki completely made like it was more just like I knew this was gonna be something that you would catch on to in particular. So I was like, and like I think I was inspired by one of the Critical Role sessions that I watched that involved them going to a gambling den and having that sort of like mini games. There's something a little bit more fun, but also just sort of, like using it to introduce other characters like, you know, Ernest, and bring other characters, tying that back in as like a place for the story to continue, but it's still kind of fun just to have like a bit of a chill session to be like, here's some mini games play kind of thing.
Cool.
But yeah, in terms of your body robbing, then yeah, that's all made on the fly. Anything else?
Go ahead.
No.
Siri needs more time to think.
I know that you've made a lot of changes, and like increasingly as we've gone along, things are more and more like divorced from the raw, like not present in the raw. Are there any that, like, looking back on the characters or the scenes, you're like, from the early parts, we're like, oh, I wish I'd changed that character or done that differently, and not like stuck to the book?
I feel like I definitely could have done a lot more with Father Donovich and the Doru plotline. I mean, thankfully there's been, you know, Dora has been able to come back with what we had recently, but like, I feel like we did miss quite a bit in Barovia because we left it so quickly. And there's more that could have been explored a little bit harder there. But I will say that like when we first started these sessions, I was pretty much following like almost word by word by another group that had like their videos of Curse of Strahd gameplay on YouTube. Like it's like I was so like I was so uncomfortable with having to improvise that I'm just like, okay, I'm literally just going to be like, you know, present this in the way that this other group did, and they were pretty much playing by raw at the start as well. But then, you know, as the things went on, I started to deviate and sort of write my own content for it. And I do feel like a lot of the earlier sessions, a lot of the characters that were introduced then, it could have been a lot more fleshed out than it is. And I'm still hoping to be able to go back and, you know, write a little bit more for that, because even now with characters like the Abbot and a few other ones, I do feel like there's a lot of like out of character moments that if I'm following by rule, they shouldn't be acting this way. But for the sake of the story and how it might make things more interesting, I'm gonna make him a little bit more loose and unhinged. But I feel like a lot of the earlier characters definitely could have done a little bit more, in my opinion. And even the
So what I'm hearing is you'd like us to do another lap for Rovia, to see how everyone is.
I mean, the option's still there. The city's still there. Now you have Victor and Stella and Petrovna, the mom, there as well. Yeah, so you know there are characters there that you can sort of touch base with as well. But yeah, and I feel like certain characters who are meant to be like sort of reoccurring ones, like Van Richten, some of the some of the Vistani as well. I don't know what has happened, but I can no longer do the Vistani accent that I managed to do at the start of the campaign.
Really?
I have tried so hard to get it back, and for some reason it's just not coming back to me without sounding insanely racist. So I'm just like, I don't know why I suddenly can't do that accent anymore.
So that's why every time we go to see Aragorn, he's like, on my way out, bye.
Bye.
No time to talk.
You better run, you son of a bitch.
Aragorn's one of the better ones.
Wait, isn't he the
So
one...
good, in fact, that Claudia went with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I also think that like I have made the Vistanis a lot more of a element in the game compared to Raw. Because by Raw, the Vistanis won't really help you out like the way Aragorn has. So, because that's gonna be overstepping the boundaries of, you know, are they now against Strahd? So I think here and there, I've just, by the natural progression of the story, I've just done quite a few different things for certain characters that may seem quite out of character if we're comparing them to Raw. Yeah. If that is an answer.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's I've really appreciated the thought that you've put into it. I just noticed, like, as a player, you are so much more relaxed and loose and flexible in your DMing now, you know, and feel much more free to put your own spin on things. So I thought it might be interesting to kind of look back at those early sessions and how you kind of do it with, I guess, the confidence and the, you know, the license to put your own creative spin on it that you have now.
I feel like it's also just like, because from the start there was certain creative spins put on things, it's just like sort of snowballed into an effect where I'm just like, well, there's actually nothing raw that I can take from now. I gotta make up something. But yeah. Anyone else have any questions?
Just a fun question, I guess. What is one thing that you liked to do for or to, like, any of our characters throughout this campaign?
Wait, say again? Like, what I'd like to do
If
to
there
or
was something
for?
like as a DM, or like, yeah, if there was something or an activity or like a story thing or like an in-character thing that you enjoyed playing out, or like writing for our characters, or just an action that you did to our characters that you enjoyed doing.
I mean, like, look, I love my angsty shit, okay? So it's like writing the whole meeting your significant people who have passed in your lives for the Fane. That was really, really fun to write, and I think it played out pretty well as well. But yeah, that was one I put a lot of thought into, and that's why I reached out so early to be like, hey, who do you reckon would affect your character this way? And like there are certain things that I have thrown in there where I know it would, one of your characters would like gravitate towards, like the gambling den, for Deuce, and certain things where like I know this is going to pique the interest of a particular character, and I'm going to use that as like a ongoing thing for the rest of the story to run.
What do you consider the baits for our characters?
Yeah, what's our individual bait?
What should we be watching out for?
Oh, I feel like that's hard because now everyone's characters has changed so much. I mean, Marcus is pretty easy. Marcus just give him anything shiny, and then he'll touch.
True.
No, give him something shiny with a skeleton hanging off it.
Yeah.
With like the
warning.
poison symbol, and
Do
he'll
not
touch it.
touch.
Yeah.
I can always
Like
count on Marcus to touch something he shouldn't.
Yep.
But I think, especially with Marcus, it's like giving you like things like cool inventions, or like certain things that giving you the idea of like, oh, you can now commission shit from Blinksky, so come up with something that you want to commission, and to an extent I will be able to write an item surrounding it, and things like the propeller sort of plane thingy that you found in the crypt as well.
Oh yeah, the glider.
The glider, that you found in the crypt. And I know with like
Yeah, anyways.
I have ideas, but we'll discuss those another day.
yeah, and I know with
if
Bree.
Marcus ever invites you to hang out at Cliff, Bree, get worried.
All right, Bree, hold on to
All right,
this.
hold on that
Push.
And I know with Bree, a lot of it is like the whole backstory of like figuring out, one finding Van Richten, and two sort of like figuring out why you have those like sort of like Mortal Kombat style finishes that just comes in every now and then.
That's a nice way of putting it, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been fun writing those as well. But yeah, I think a lot of it is just like finding out why you have been afflicted with this curse. So I'm very curious to see what's gonna go down in the Amber Temple for that part. And I think for Desire, a lot of it is more antagonizing, if you know what I mean. Like, I know if I bring in certain characters in a certain way, that will piss her off enough to react to that. Or like present certain situations in a certain way.
Yeah, no, you're right. But we're bringing a punchable face, and Desire will verbally like eviscerate.
Yeah,
She's
but I
like,
think
you
I
are
can
now
always-
a mortal enemy until I am bored.
Yeah, I think I can always rely on Emma to be like the initiator. You know what I mean? To be like, even if other people might stand back, she's always the one that is like, wait, no, this ain't right, and like you're gonna be the one that steps in and sort of like gets the ball rolling on that. And in most cases that is quite helpful because I need the conflict starter, because otherwise there is a conflict.
Happy to help. Happy to start all the conflicts.
And what else? I think like obviously with Matt, initially it was a lot of it was like things about your god Oladra, things about Oladra and like the gambling den and things like that. But now I feel like if I were just to throw like a kid in danger your way, I know you'll be definitely going in that direction.
Yeah, that's fair.
But actually I did want to ask this. I know that like there's this whole storyline of like Deuce liking Claudia that I don't quite know how it came along. Are you actually interested in having a romantic interest in the game? Because I know we don't really. As a group, I don't really feel like, aside from the Ravenswoods, even that's debatable. Like, there's not really any talks of romantic interests.
I'd say that while Juice definitely has that interest, I feel like despite that, it kind of feels like there's more important things to deal with.
He
right
doesn't
now.
have time for love.
He just no, not like that. He
He
has
does
an
have time.
admiration. He has this admiration for Claudia that evolved as he learned a little bit more and got like this bigger heart for these kids that she takes care of too. So he kind of like grew this, you know, crush or whatever for her, but in the end, like, it's not like something that he necessarily thinks, oh, now is the right time to do this, but more so a like seeing like that she has other priorities or other interests, and that he's kind of losing the opportunity. It's like the losing what could have been is like more
That's so
affecting
sad.
than I really want this right now is like in his head, you know. So there's still interesting ways to have that go back and forth. So yeah.
Because I know we're kind of playing it off as like a joke right now, but like, is that something you want to explore more on like a deeper level?
It'll just make it. I just like it to be the like possibility of having like interesting moments or interesting situations when these characters are together. I don't necessarily need it or see it going one way or the other, but just, you know, to have
It does do want to fuck.
modes of possibility. Oh Lord.
That wasn't a yes and it wasn't a no.
Yes or no?
I mean, no comment.
I mean, because I feel like as a group we don't really explore the whole romance side of D&D that much, and
Sure.
I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, or not everyone is comfortable playing it out, but yeah, it's just something that like if you when I first started the game, I did have certain ideas of potential romantic interests that can be sprinkled in, but I think it just, with the way this party has gone, it hasn't really gone that way, and I haven't really tried to take it back that way either.
Here are our interests.
Yeah, I'm really curious now.
Yeah. Who was meant to be a love interest? Don't
I mean,
say
for-
Ludmilla.
No, for Marcus it was definitely no one but the designer.
Yes.
I mean,
Nailed
like,
it.
I don't think it's gonna go down that way, because like I think originally I did consider writing in oh fuck, I can't remember her name. The Raven from the Raven with the
Muriel?
Muriel. I did consider writing a Muriel as a love interest for Annie, but I don't think it just played out. It didn't play out that way, in my opinion. But and similarly, I was wondering whether Bree and Deuce was considering to be a thing, but nope. So, and I think later on, I didn't really have any other idea of potentially bring in potential love interests, because there was a whole thing at the start where I wanted Strahd to be very focused on desire, because out of the entire party, she was probably going to be the one most likely to cave to the temptation of power. But I think at the same time, it hasn't gone quite the way that I thought it would.
Yeah, I thought you would kind of lead in that direction too, but as Desire's character became more clear to me, it was obvious that she would hate someone like Strahd because of her history. And not in terms of love interest, in terms of like, I'm pretty sure Desire is like aromantic, but she's not asexual. Like, she's not really interested in romance. But man, I've seen the character tokens, and there's nothing out there. This game.
Hey, Arago's okay.
Every time you introduce a
It's
new
Marcus,
NPC,
okay?
I'm like, I'm
Yeah,
open.
Arago-
Like,
I mean, Emil is married, but he's okay.
I'm not
Seeking to
dead.
slim.
Yeah, no, it's been a grim visual landscape in Barovia for sure.
Sad. I mean, Van Richten looks okay. I like aged him down a lot.
Yeah,
No,
but he's got-
Marcus is looking better every day, Mike.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Like,
What I wanted to know was, aside from the Huntress Thane, what has been like your favorite thing that you've added in that hasn't been by Raw?
Actually, Christy, did you have something to add on to the romance part of it before I answer that question?
Nah, don't worry about it.
I really liked writing the hag nightmares because whenever the very slim chances that it can happen, I feel like it just really like thrives in the well, what's a nice way to say? I like giving you guys trauma, but like. Yeah, but it's like I love horror. I love the idea of like these kind of like creepy shit happening, and so it's like it just makes me really flexes my like my horror loving part to be like I'm gonna write all these scenarios that's terrifying, but it doesn't really like come like apart from like the permanent losing of certain health points. It's like it gives you guys something to react to in the morning as well, and I think it's just fun to be able to come up with like different ways to traumatize each character.
Fair.
Other things I liked by Raw. I feel like doing the Water Temple dungeon for Callum of War was quite interesting because that was the first map that I also made as well. And just sort of like, I feel like a lot of that could have been explored a lot deeper, but at the same time, what we did have was like a fun little session to sort of tie up Annie's story of like who she is now as a paladin. But yeah, and that's just sort of like adding because I don't think the aboleth is by Raw either. I don't think there's anything in the dam like by Raw, but yeah, and just sort of adding that as like another not so much a deity, but something that's so out of the realm of understanding. It's quite interesting as well, and also like getting to roleplay Blinksky, getting to roleplay the abbot. Certain characters I really enjoy playing because there's just so much to take from. There's just so much that I can flesh out, and like I understand their personalities a lot better than I understand other characters. But yeah. Oh, CC. Lem.
Yeah, you scratch that neck. Get a girl.
No. Is there anything else? Anyone else wants me to reveal about my thought process? Anything?
Yeah. I will gladly abstain from asking because I'm already perhaps too aware of your thought processes, as well as some of the content being my shit that I've cooked up for you, and then you just kind of slap the Lisa DMing spin on it, and it's always fun to see you do that. So let me just express as a fellow DM, given when we started, as you said, you were not confident improvising and all that, and I would say, if I'm to be frank, you were probably an over-planner.
No, I agree.
Okay, good. You've just come such a long way over the last 3 years, and it's been a joy to see the development in this space and to be able to help facilitate that. Now, you help support me sometimes when in my campaign I'm, a bit busy or that kind of thing. So it's been really great, been joyful for me to kind of help in the ways I can help and watch you grow and become more confident as a DM.
And I think a lot of it, like, I definitely have to thank Morgan, who is pretty much the co-DM at this point, for like, helping me come up with certain ideas, and like, and he understands, combat balance a lot more than I do, and just being able to come up with cool characters and interactions, and just giving me ideas of like where to run certain, like the certain directions we should be taking, and just straight up writing stat blocks for me sometimes because I don't have a fucking clue how balance works in this game. But no, definitely, like, definitely thank you, Morgan, as well, because like, I think there would be a lot of times where if I didn't have your input, there wouldn't have been a session running.
No worries. And when you say I help you with combat, what I do is try to remove your inhibitions towards killing the party. That's
oh no, I'm always trying to kill the party. I just can't,
like, oh yeah, well, we couldn't do that assassin that one time, so yeah, let's throw 2 giants at the party, 2 CR9 creatures. Yeah, that'll be fine.
You can blame Morgan for the giants. You can blame him for the vampire spawn commander fight that you guys had to do in Arkham Lost.
Yeah, that was fun.
Wonderful.
Shit, what else?
But
is
don't
there? There's
blame
been a lot.
Marcus.
Blame
Don't
Morgan.
take out your
Oh,
anger on Marcus.
Why not?
Because he's my good side.
I mean, like, not to
DM.
not to play favorites, but I do think I enjoy Marcus like a lot as a character. Like, if I were to play a character in this game, Marcus would be my type of character to play. Because like, I like playing dumb men. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And also just the whole artificer class thing is just so interesting. There's so much to explore there. But cool. Is there anything else anyone wants to add in or ask?
We good.
Well, we've talked a lot about how we feel as players in terms of things kind of coming towards the conclusion and that we mostly don't want it to. But how are you feeling as a DM as we move into endgame?
I mean, the whole idea of trying to run Strahd's wedding and the potential final fight is very, very daunting to make interesting, because Strahd is such like a sneaky tactician that is just like, a lot of times it's like, you know, he hits you and then he disappears and you guys have to chase him down, and it's just like, that's no fun. Like, I want to add a bit more to it, and having to tackle Ravenloft as a map is fucking insane. But look, I am looking forward to ending this campaign, not because I don't enjoy running it, but because I like a story to have an end, and I think there is a lot more to be able to explore post Barovia. Like, even if we don't plan on taking these characters into another campaign, I would like to do another session where we kind of just like, even though it doesn't have to be like in character role played out, but like, you know, a year later, where is everyone now, sort of thing. Because I don't imagine that this is a party that's going to, at least I don't think that's going to like stick together after Barovia. I feel like from what I see now, you know, this party will potentially go on separate ways after Barovia. But then it's like, you know, how has your characters evolved from having been in Barovia, having made these relationships? Will people choose to stay? Will people choose to go off and do their own thing? I think that's, yeah, I think, like, I would like the story to have an end, just because, you know, the whole end game of the story is you got to defeat Strahd, you got to bring Barovia back to the plane, and, you know, I want to be able to wrap that up finally, and potentially adding, and like, you know, I have added a lot more with like writing in the vampire as like Strahd's sort of patron sort of thing, and how do we wrap that up, and how do we sort of just like release Barovia from the hold that the Amber Temple has over it. But I think coming to end game is just like, I definitely want to just make the final fight very exciting and have it count, and not feel like, you know, it's too easy, or it hasn't been worth your time, or whatever. It's just like, these big fights that are coming, I want to make it count. But yeah, and also sort of like the idea of running the wedding or whatever happens with that is going to be very hard, because there's like 20 million NPCs I gotta control at the same time. But that is something for me to figure out.
Honestly, not that far from real life wedding planning.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I mean, even just a dinner itself, I found that so hard to run, because I just having to play that many characters in one shot, and having, you know, everyone sort of not focusing on one person too much, having to be able to jump around and let everyone have their time. It's not easy.
But you still did great. It doesn't,
yeah,
like,
honestly, it doesn't really show on, like, I thought the dinner was great. It was fantastic. You did it really well.
And I think it's just like, like, you know, and being the fact that we stream, we have webcam, we have face cams on and all of that, like, I think, and me just being a very naturally, not paranoid is not the word, but like, I can see people's like changes in body language like too much, you know what I mean? And then I overthink it, and so I'm just like, ah, shit, people aren't enjoying things, how do I spice this up? And but like a lot of times it's just literally just me overthinking things. But no, I think I am looking forward to seeing how we finish up this campaign, because I think, I mean, like, I'm not gonna give it like a finite, I want to finish it within 10 sessions or blah blah blah, but like, I think we're getting there. I think we're getting to the third act, for lack of a better word.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a good way to put it.
And yeah, and like, I'm not really the type to be like, oh, every single plot thread has to be tied up into a neat bow at the very end. Like, there might be certain things that we just don't come back to because it hasn't been important. And there has already been things like that I have scrapped because it's not worth our time to try and resolve those things.
Yeah, that'll happen.
But yeah. Alright. Well, if there is nothing else anyone wants to add, I think let me just quickly find another track. Maybe I'll change the story. I will say, given that I sadly did not have access to our previous session, a lot of the recap is going to be based off the notes that I had written in the previous session. So, like in our next game, I might come back and be like, oh, there's this one thing that I missed, because once I can actually watch the session back, we can do that. But give me 1 second. All right. I think we're going to do a little bit of jumping back in the game for roleplay, and then we'll see where we end from there. But previously on the Mist-Fortunate Shepherds, having tackled and finished and reconsecrated the Mountain Fane, you met with Laura in her. Can you guys hear the music? Is that very soft?
It's very soft, yeah.
Very soft.
Oh, it's ambience. Sorry, my mistake. Give me 1 second. But yeah, you guys have met with Laura in her, her deity form, and the DM needs to find better music. Hold on.
I don't remember that in the previous session.
And that does not have an ad. Go away. Yeah, man. Oh my god, Lint, I don't care about your chocolate, alright? Get rid of that.
But you should. They're paying money to marketing so that you do care.
Go
And
away.
isn't
Alright, there we go.
that like half your job, Matt? Of just like making us care somehow through magic?
Through deceiver market.
It's
But
impressive.
yes, and she, after having reconsecrated the Fane, she lets you know that, Strahd, for lack of a better word, will become easier to hit. As in, like, his AC is lowered because you guys reconsecrated the Fane. And she does look towards Bree specifically, who notices that Bree was still afflicted with the curse from the Stone of Ill Luck, that for some reason we never got to explore because it just never came up that you guys asked about it. But she takes the Stone of Ill Luck and transforms it into a Dagger of the Huntress, which is a reskinned Dagger of Blind Sight, and also gives you a +2. And she also gives each of you a magic leaf charm that allows you to either cast a one-use charm that either allows you to cast Charm of the Huntress, so you can use it to activate a Hunter's Mark, or a Lightning Arrow spell at 3rd level. Or alternately, as a reaction when you miss with a weapon attack, you can use the charm to let you guys attack again, basically. So that is the items that you have gained from the Huntress. And I think also before, and I will say that, like, she currently still, for the time being, still has the power of the Huntress, but will revert back to Laura, because not all 3 of the Fanes are reconsecrated at this point. I will say she does, leave you guys for the night, and during this time you use this time to Deuce uses this time to scry on Ludmilla, and finds her in this like bizarre sort of like lab with all these machinery and like steampunk. If you imagine like a steampunk lab with hissing noises, and within this fog, you see Ludmilla and Rahadin. And Rahadin is talking about how Strahd Mazarovich is growing impatient, and that he wants to be able to take you guys down because he's too busy planning a wedding, doesn't have time to deal with you all. And also the fact that Irina is still resisting his advances. And and Ludmilla reveals that she is working on this new piece of arcana tech that is this huge monster that seems to have been pieced together from various animals and is growling and moving in a way that seems like it's in pain, and you see what appears to be this like a huge plate style gem thing that's embedded in its skin that seems to not just control it, but also give it the powers. But it's obviously it is very much hurting the creature and sort of throwing itself against the bars, and trying to get to Ludmilla, and Ludmilla has lovingly named this creature Wolfie because I'm unoriginal. But she does say that like she plans on using this creature to take Argynvost Holt back because they want to destroy the beacon again, because having the beacon shining in Barovia is kind of this big middle finger to Strahd, and he wants to destroy that again to lower your defenses and just take back what he had originally taken over. So they do say that you do overhear Rahadan saying that the elite vampire squads are ready to be dispatched within the next few days, and they will be there to sort of like take out any meddlers that want to protect Argynvost Holt. And I think what you guys came to the conclusion was that you have about 3 days before the attack on Argynvost Holt happens, and Ludmilla's creation with Wolfie would be considered complete. But yeah, so I think that's where we left off. I will say I can't quite remember exactly what time of the day it was when we finished, but I'm just gonna smash cut and say this is evening. You guys are underneath the Gulthias tree. You are out in the open, but I assume you guys have a campfire going. What do you guys want to do?
Having just described this vision or this apparition of Wolfie that I saw, I'll go to Marcus, assuming I've already shared this, and I'll ask, so Marcus, I'm not exactly a man of science, but what I saw there did not seem natural. It was not just a combination of metal and magic, but flesh. Something like the mechanical versions of what you do combined with what the abbot was doing, kind of replacing parts of different creatures together. And it seems like that's a lot of powerful, for lack of a better word, just strong components together.
Yes.
How formidable do you think something like that will be if it's turned against us?
Well, Mr. Wildura, I'm sure in your travels you've heard about some of the forbidden types of magic, blood magic, horrific necromancies. Not the kind that you and my wife practice, of course.
Of course.
Bam, there's my one per session.
It's like less than 5 minutes in.
What are you talking about? We've been
quick.
going at this for like 5 hours. It's my first time. So in artificery, or the art of creation, if you prefer, we refer to this as bio-artificing. It's extremely frowned upon practice of, as you said, combining flesh and metal to create grotesque approximations of life. And we kind of saw it, rather you described it in your scry. I forget if scry is like we can all see it or just you can see it. Not sure.
I think it's just the caster that can see it.
Okay. So from what you described, this Wolfie, whatever, these creations, they don't live long because, and their lives are just full of pain, misery, and anger at being created. So you can kind of see why it's heavily frowned upon. to the point of banning any sort of bioartificer who tries to join our order or guild, whatever artificers are. Let's say a guild. So yeah, a creature created by Lidmilla who is, let's face it, the most calm, collected, and I would say intelligent of Strahd's brides. I would think, given the ample amount of time she's existed, she would have worked out some of the kinks that, mere mortal bioartificers don't have the time. So I fear this being may be of extremely formidable power. So
You're saying this to the person who kept a dead hag to use as a zombie?
Yeah, I already said necromancy, the kind that Juice and Desire practice, is totally fine.
I guess it's not quite necromancy. This
He
is
just doesn't want the technology in it. He's old-fashioned that way.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not quite necromancy. This is like you're making a living being. You're Frankensteining things together.
Yeah. And no one likes a Frankensteiner. That's when the pitchforks come out.
Well, I do know something that's undead has very varying weaknesses to the radiant energies that Oladra gifts me. But I just worry that with this fortification of metal and steel and what have you, that it might have additional weaknesses, so...
I think you would know that this is not necessarily undead.
I think
It's
that's kind of what I'm trying to
yeah.
espouse. It's it's not just dead or not
It's a
dead. It's
construct,
something else. Yeah.
bioconstruct sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a living construct, which sounds horrific.
I hope we have at least a moment to get a better look at it before we have to engage it and try and figure out what it might be weak to. And you're the scientific brain here, so if there's anything, perhaps we have a few days. Perhaps the next time, in the next morning, or in the next days, I can scry on the creature, and perhaps you can give me an idea of something to look for that might give us a clue as to if it's weak against it. We have a few days yet, but if anything comes to mind in that time, let me know.
Yeah. So, DM, based on the description he's given so far, do I have enough information to perhaps kind of do maybe like a nature or a history check, or do we need more information before that's even possible?
What are you trying to discern?
Exactly what Juice is asking about. Like, are there any inherent weaknesses or anything more about this creature that could aid us in the fight?
Hold on, let me just see what I wrote exactly. Okay, it's not so much. I wouldn't say this is so much a nature check, and it would be hard considering you weren't the one that saw it.
Oh, right, more like Arcana, right?
Yeah, it's probably more like Arcana. Yeah, I'll have you roll an Arcana check for me.
All right, drum roll, please. First roll of the session. Cheers, Em. Terrible, 14.
That's alright. 14, I would say that when it comes to bioalchemy, artificing, bioartificing, a lot of it is like whatever the living construct is made of will draw power from a certain thing. So perhaps if it comes to it and you can figure out what the thing is, it can be something that you can target in terms of trying to fight the overall thing. Does that make sense?
It does, Mr. Wildura. So you remember the abbot raised, what was the name? Vasilki?
Vasilka.
Cheers. So if you recall Vasilka, similar kind of thing, that these creatures are powered by some sort of power source. Now in Vasilka's case it was, I presume, the abbot's magic, whereas in this case it might be something more of like a physical power source. So, given some of the inventions I've seen in my time, the power source, the motor, the arcane engine, usually those are powered by some form of electricity or magic. So potentially, like in some cases they can absorb magic, in some cases you can overload them with electricity. So there are some potential options. Or if we're able to separate this creature from the power source, that might be able to defeat it conclusively. But I think we need more information at this time, because like your descriptions, as lurid and wonderful as they were, did not tell the whole story. Perhaps if you could do some drawings next time, that would be even more useful.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. I'll scribe with a pad of paper in front of me and try and make a more accurate depiction of it for you. Or perhaps...
It's
perhaps
too
that might
bad
work.
you can't get Annie to see what you're seeing, because Annie has that wonderful keen mind.
True.
But
Did it look more like was it pieces of a wolf and a man sewn together, or was it was it one of the does it seem like the starting form was one of the werewolves? I worry we haven't no idea where Emil has gotten to.
No, wait, hold on. Emil's gone back to the den.
well, we know we saved him, and then he went.
He was
back
on
to
his
the
way.
tent.
Oh,
We don't
Did he
yeah.
get
know if
there?
he actually made it.
So I just
Bit
hear
of a
this
joke.
description out of character as like this wolf man hybrid with mechanical
This
stuff.
is more wolf than man. I would say, like Deuce,
Okay.
you would have been able to tell that this was like a quadrupedal,
Quadruped.
quadruped,
Okay.
4 legs, kind of creature, and it didn't look like it had any sort of like human. It was like a bits of creatures sewn together, but it didn't look like it had any human elements to it. It looks very much like a wild animal. Put it that way.
Okay, cool. I was worried about allies for a second now.
Oh, that is a very cool idea.
Don't.
No,
Oh no!
no, don't do that to. Oh my gosh! I just realized if you flip a mill backwards, it's lime. Mill lime. Anyway, but yeah, leave our allies alone.
Okay.
Doubt. Insight.
Yeah,
First
it's
exit out.
just that easy, guys. Just point a finger and threaten your DM works every time.
It's gonna be like that. It's gonna be like that creature at the end of that game Inside, where it's just this like giant ball of limbs. Anyways, look, I will say that you guys are all sort of like around the campfire. You guys are sort of maybe split up into your own little groups. I don't think you guys haven't really talked about what happened in the crypts yet. About like who you met and everything. Not the crypts, in the Huntress Fane.
Only like briefly, and
Yeah.
then we had to move on.
I mean, I would say a few of you being quite, people of empathy, you can tell that certain members of your party seem a little bit off. Not your usual chipper self.
Marcus, I think I know our stocks are getting low, but I'm sure we can spare a bottle of wine or two.
Oh, so
And
I think
she'll
everyone.
pour a glass for Bree.
So
Just
Marcus,
kind of give her a reassuring squeeze on the shoulder.
Thanks. She takes out the dagger she got and just kind of mixes the wine a bit with it. Puts it back in her bag. Yeah.
I thought you would tear into her more, Huntress. Are you
I'm
satisfied by her
tired.
explanation?
Not really. The what can you do in a place like this? We don't even know how much time has passed since we entered.
Oh, I know exactly what the time is.
I think there was a bit
yeah.
of a.
Yeah.
I think there was a little
Yeah.
bit of a time skip. I think I did say
You said like,
It's
a week.
like a week.
It was.
a week. Yeah.
Yeah, and Annie suddenly realized, based on
And he gets
the
out and
quotation
looks at like
Monday!
stars,
the blades of grass and calculates how much time has passed.
And he just like readjusts her watch.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys lost a week down there.
Ouch.
Yeah. It's just annoying when a lot of things are out of your control, you know. Seeing faces you thought were nicely dead and buried where they belong come back and knock you out. I mean, I guess, I don't know. Bree takes a deep drink. Yeah, I never experienced being strangled underwater before. That's new.
Has Bree told us what she saw?
I think she kind of vaguely did. She told, like, when she came back, it's out of character. Yeah, I think when she came back, she described the person she saw. She was a bit like, oh, is he still around?
I don't think you
Yeah.
guys would know that like Bree pretty much died at the hands of this person again. So I don't think you guys quite know what happened in between them during that time, because when you guys found her, she was unconscious, basically. So you guys probably know who she encountered, but not exactly what happened. Is that fair to say so?
Whatever.
It's so long.
I mean,
It's been like 2 months. I don't know. Whatever. Cool.
Okay, it is that now.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell us tonight, but I can only hazard a guess at what kind of what the Huntress might have shown you. All I can say is that whether you won or lost in there has no bearing on what happened in the past. She can't take away the fact that the last time this happened, you did survive.
Yeah. By some luck. I was back at home. It was a wintry night, and yeah, I noticed my sister was missing, so I went out, and he was there. I think he was. It's a bit hazy, but he was, I think, somewhat similar to like a vampire spawn. And you know, instincts kicked in. Grabbed whatever farmer's tool that was nearby.
It's a rolling pin.
Yeah, yeah. Just trying to get his attention away from her, and all I remember was seeing the blood, the red on the snow, and on my hands after. But at least she was safe. So it was a bit of a shock to see him again. Like he was hunting us again when I was so young back then. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, Bree just kind of, I guess, feels like, I guess, maybe possible phantom pain of where his hands were on her neck, holding her down. But I don't remember what happened. I woke up and you guys were there. So sorry if I was a bit of a panic.
It can't be easy to relive that. Saving something so important to you. But at least you know, even now, your sister's still safe, right?
Yeah, I would hope so. It at least has been 10 years. So, and that was the first time that I guess I apparently killed something with my own hands. So, I don't know, this so-called test is, I guess, something that she brought back something important, someone important from her past. How was yours? Did you meet any interesting characters from your pasts, from your shadows?
Oh, at the opposite end of the spectrum, I think Annie looks at peace in herself. She's just vibing to the campfire. Lo-fi campfire mix.
Well, I'm glad at least some people came out of this positively. Yeah. I don't know. There's just too many factors, too many just creatures with power who think they can just shove us around, show us whatever the fuck they want us to see, whenever they want to see. Just and what? They could just win me over with a butter knife? Fuck.
I'll take it back if you don't want it.
Well, if you'd like, you can have my
In your
leaf
defense,
too.
We have not used it yet, so she has no idea what it is. It's okay.
Oh yeah, I guess you haven't
Yeah.
attuned to it either.
Exactly. So. Yeah. No, but thank you for finding me, guys. I was trying to find everyone else, but I guess we all got separated, even with that rope. That was weird.
Yeah, we're gonna need to restock on rope, I think.
Fuck. Yeah. But did whoever you see desire hurt you? Or are you also vibing?
Desire will kind of
More than they hurt.
touch her ear briefly where her earring was ripped out.
Ugh.
And just kind of say,
Is that
only in the way
That has
that.
happened? 3 points to your ear? Like, can we see it, or was that just something in your mind that happened?
No, I will say you can see it.
Oh my god. Does that oh you're
Earrings missing.
Just blood splitting out right now that no one has noticed.
Desire, you're bleeding.
Right. Just a
Marcus.
thorn in my
Flesh
side.
wound.
Alright.
It's full of
thorn.
roots and tangles down there. It must have been some kind of thorn that snagged it. These earrings were one of the only things that my grandmother left me. And I suppose that's lost to the tree for now. Yeah, it's so I suppose this even if it wasn't so much a painful memory, it does make me mad to that the Huntress could think she could steal something from me.
That is pretty outrageous.
And she'll just kind of undo a piece of her braid to kind of cover it up. You can see that she's actually quite self-conscious about how it looks.
Bree looks around. I assume Marcus has like a handkerchief or something in his pocket.
Oh yeah, pocket square for days. It's like
Sleight of hand, takes it, gives it to Desire. Slides it.
Wait, are you stealing from him?
I'm gonna not steal. I'm just gonna. If he's not doing anything, I'm gonna take it from him.
Oh well, you know,
AKA
I'm
steal.
obviously doing it. It's just I didn't want to. No. Marcus, of course, would be immediately once he's made aware of the ear and the bleeding ear. He'd be going for it. Oh, don't you give me that. I mean, yeah. After Desire, you're getting medical attention for your ear, and then you've covered it up. Marcus is going to firmly. We're in front of the Gulfire's tree. Is that correct?
Don't go back in there.
Yeah, I'm not going to go back in there. Marcus is going to firmly stamp his foot on the ground after. So he's going to cup Desire's face like so, and just say, "I'm so glad that you got out safe, and that you didn't have."
I'm so glad you're safe.
Aside from
anyway, keep going.
the Huntress's thievery and trickiness, that you're okay. And then he's going to squeeze her hand and then stand in front of the Gulfire's tree and kind of stamp his foot and say,
Curse you, tree!
what was her full name? Was it Laura
Stoneheart.
Stoneheart,
We're gonna start a fight with the goth.
No, I'm just gonna firmly.
Are you fighting a tree, Marcus?
Yes, that is the next arc of this campaign. Marcus fights a tree. He's going to firmly say, Laura Stoneheart, I believe you have something of my wife's. I would like you to kindly return it to me. You can take your charm back if that is the price I need to pay. I would rather give my wife her, I'm not saying that. I'd rather give Desire her sentimental jewelry than have any sort of boon from a goddess or whatever she is. And
I think you guys are overestimating just how much control you have. I mean...
Persuade the tree, Marcus.
Yeah, she's not even there anymore.
Exactly.
Roll persuasion with a disadvantage.
Yep.
Bree's just sitting there, yeah, go get him!
I'm sorry,
Tyler.
did someone say lucky? Oh.
I mean, if she's not there, then she's not there. You're talking to a tree.
Well, what I said is lucky, so let's see how we go. Oh, it didn't roll it correctly. Let me roll one more
with
time.
Disadvantage, yeah.
Yeah, one more time. So 21 is the highest roll, using lucky to pick the highest of the 3 rolls.
I mean, you throw down the charm that Laura gave you. You stomp your feet on the tree. You know that the entrance had already sealed itself. The exit that you came out from it's already been sealed. It's a tree.
Yeah,
It's
well,
it's enough, Marcus. It's
I tried.
she's gone, and as Bree points out, it's only I have very few things that were mine before marriage that feel like mine alone.
And I want you to be able to hold on to those things because who you are, obviously, marrying into my family has, made you, of course, a Ravenswood. But before that, I see you as Desire, and I want you to be able to hold on to those things that you see as such important things of who you are, where you've come from. I think that's very important. So perhaps we might not be able to get it today, but perhaps another day, maybe Mr. Wildura can use that locate object, or perhaps I can write a letter to Madame Eva, kindly requesting the return of this item.
Desire, I think, kind of, she, to her, it's lost. We're not going to get it back out of this tree, but she's at least kind of relieved he understood it. But she's still kind of self-conscious about how the kind of tear looks, so we'll kind of change the way she loops her hair to conceal it.
Can I ask what these earrings, or rather the remaining earring, looks like?
Be a kind of like drop, like a teardrop shape of a green stone with gold wire.
Marcus is like, I can make that.
Well, it's either I can make it, or I can take what you already have and perhaps turn it into a necklace. A necklace, a bracelet. Like, I understand the earring by itself. Obviously, you want a matching set, but that doesn't mean it is forever destined to collect dust at the bottom of a jewelry box. We can breathe into it some new life in a new form if you would like.
Okay. She'll take the other earring out and give it to Marcus.
Thank you, my dear. And yeah,
I want full creative control.
And yeah, you see Marcus pulling it out of the bag of holding, like unwrapping his whole jewelry tool set, and he's like, "All right, my dear, tell me what it is you would like to create." And yeah, I'm happy if other people want to do
we'll
stuff.
figure that out later.
Yeah, exactly.
Did we see Juice do his ceremony thing, or did he do it in private?
Scry. I don't.
Scry.
I mean, I don't think you did that in private, did you?
No, you were
he asked
pretty open
some
about your
questions.
scrying.
Oh yeah, you talked to Eladra for a bit.
Oh, that's right, you communed.
You asked
Was
what
that
was
in
happening
private?
with Bree's
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that's
curse.
Mm.
Yeah, was that in public or private?
Well, that was
Or
definitely
were we
private.
asleep?
Okay, good.
Okay.
Damn.
So we don't worry
Throw the
about
bottle at you.
it. Don't worry about it.
Juice is waiting to work with that.
Anyways, yeah. So sorry if I'm a bit tired tomorrow. I'm exhausted. Yeah, we're gonna head back to town. We're supposed to pick up some armor somewhere.
Wait, armor? Hold on, what?
Yeah,
Didn't-
Juice got the half plate resized.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's halfling half plate now.
So you have to go back to
Water
Krezek.
plate.
Half plate.
Yeah, no, and he
Quarter
had the
plate.
right of it. It's quarter plate.
Okay, so that's back in Krezek here.
Can't wait for that 21 AC.
God damn it. Who do you think you are, an artificer? Seriously.
Do you still have Rosenthorn right now, or did Rosenthorn go down?
I don't think he went down. I think he just barely survived. Yeah, he survived. So
Okay.
yeah, Rosenborn's with us.
And have you re-summoned Love, or...?
Oh boy.
I'll need to do that tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'll keep you company while you do that.
I think Desire will say to Bree, like she, wants to go find a nearby body of water or something to probably rinse off the blood from her ear. She'll ask her to go for a walk with her.
Yeah, I'll hold your glass. Free carries the bottle with her.
I mean,
Bree visibly draws a line where the wine is on the bottle, and like eyeballs everyone else.
I mean, it is a bit of a walk. Are you guys heading off by yourself, or...?
I mean, not far. She just doesn't want to, like, how far is the nearest, like, stream or...
I mean, well, considering the Gothias tree is out on the top of a huge hill right now, like the hill, you have to go down the hill.
So go down. Is it to the place that she poisoned?
The nearest body of water would, yeah, watering hole would be that, yeah, which is a bit out of the way, I would say.
Let's see. Hold on. Worst case. Do I have a water skin? I do.
I think everyone has water skin.
Yeah. Desire, if you don't want to move, you can just continue holding your. Have a sip. I'll get some water out here, and she takes the handkerchief, pours it, just soaks it up with the water that she has, and passes it back to her.
Yeah, maybe if they can just go find somewhere like a little quiet and away from, so she can
Yeah.
Find
sit and
another
look
side
at
of the
it.
Gothias tree.
Just out of earshot of the rest of the party.
Yeah, I think Marcus and Deuce are talking about what he saw in the scry right now, and he's just vibing by herself next to the fire.
Desire will say to Bree, the Huntress certainly got a kick out of making us relive our first, didn't she?
Oh yeah. Without consent.
I suppose I just want you to know that what she made us see made me angry too. Because it did feel like she was trying to take away what we had already lived through and moved on from. I got through my encounter, but not without. Feeling like they had the audacity to come back and try to take anything from me. That she gave them that opportunity.
They?
Uh, mm, my relationship with my previous husbands. Let's just say I didn't grieve their loss so much as I would have had you believe.
Did they hurt you anywhere else? When Bree just kind of looks over her, like, hands, wherever. Yeah.
Not in the way that yours did, but to me it was still a matter of life and death of sorts. A death of who I was as a person. A death of my soul. That's what they tried to take from me. I don't think that it's something that the others could understand, but I felt like who I was as a person would be wiped out if I stayed married to those men. So I didn't. I think I'm only telling you because in some ways I out of everyone here, I really respect you, Bree. We faced different kinds of peril in our lives, but I can tell that you're a survivor too, and I've seen it in our time here that you will do what it takes. And I admire that. And I think I actually like you enough to want you to like me. The real me.
Bree, I guess just opens up her hand, like just on the ground, wherever they are, as like an open gesture. No, that's really. Thank you for telling me that. Telling me, I know I can feel, yeah, you've been through many hardships. And they're not easy decisions to make, I can tell. Yeah.
I'm not a good person. I don't want you to feel sorry for me. But, I still wanted to be me, regardless of what that took.
I'm cool. I'm cool with that. Yeah. You can be you with me. Okay?
Thank you. I know what I did wasn't righteous, but it was right for me, and I'd choose it again in a heartbeat. And the Huntress let me prove that to her. Still, I meant what I said. You've already proved yourself. I'd like to think I have too. She can't take that away from us. I just wanted to tell you that I really understand what you said back there. And I want you to know that I won't let her take it away from me, and you should not let her take it away from you.
I've got your back. Okay? No matter what others would say. Okay? Bree tilts her glass. Do a slight cheers.
They'll have a little toast, finish their glasses in companionable silence, and then head back.
And this is just like another peek behind the curtain thing, but like the whole fight between Desire and her three husbands, I did not really get a chance to utilize them as monsters all that much, but like I had such a good idea of statting them after like a zombie, a ghost, and a skeleton for the forms that she can take for when they bring them back, and I did not get a chance to use it at all.
Oh.
I had a feeling that, I mean, that's how I've always flavored the summon undead that she uses.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of pulling them back in a form that is entirely subservient to her.
Yeah. Sad. Anyway.
I was just too rolled too good. She was
Not
not
too good. Yeah.
not putting up with their bullshit again.
Didn't even get a chance to get a single attack in.
Yeah. That was.
I took 1 damage from the earring thing.
1 point of damage.
Yeah, the earring pull.
That's a lot for Desire. Okay. They'll head back over once they finish drinking.
Is there anything you want to do, Annie?
I don't think so. I literally forgot that we leveled up, and I was like, where did all of this everything come from?
Oh yeah, we need to update the cards on the stream.
Yes.
Everyone's
yeah,
level
we
10
do.
now, yes.
Yeah, surprise.
Some new art.
Alright.
Yeah, I think Annie's just kind of just taking a time to sort of decompress by herself with Waffles and Snuffles sort of after the sort of ordeal. Yeah, oh shit. What do you regret most about
Animals.
and having sort of seen her parents and sort of what Laura also sort of conveyed to her about sort of their I guess presence in the dungeon having been ill. So she's got a bit to prepare.
Okay. I'll say at this point or can I have someone roll a perception check for me? You guys can nominate.
Heck, not it.
I mean, my passive perception's 21. Do you want me to? Okay, I'll roll.
Do it, Bray.
Go.
17. Easy
17.
enough. You hear what appears to be the sound of like hooves, like horse hooves hitting the ground. And even from high up where you are in the Gothias tree, you see breaking through the tree line what appears to be Ez on horseback,
That's a sight.
clattering towards you guys, and they look up and they see they see the crackling of your campfire and the silhouettes. I mean, they're pretty easily to recognize with their attire, but you see they recognize you and they give just a friendly wave as they start to make their way up the mountain on horseback. And I think we can probably end the session there as you guys are reunited for the next one. And you now have as a travel companion slash ally for the whatever next chapter that you guys are going to tackle, which I believe is Solanka Pass. I know you guys had a brief discussion about what you're hoping to achieve there in terms of blowing up the bridge and all of that. I will go back and watch a stream where you guys had that huge discussion just to sort of remind myself of what the plan is. But that can be something that we catch up on over the out of the game, just to be like, hey, this is what you guys decided last time. Is it still a plan? How do you want me to plan for it? Blah blah. Okay.
That's good.
Okay, you made me worry for a second when you really paused about after describing is coming up. I was like, oh my god, are they gonna get attacked?
No. I was more just like I wanted a way to just sort of be like, hey, this is another party. This is another person that you now have to explain what your plans are. Just so it gives someone, it gives you guys to remind you guys what your plans are as well, and just sort of finalize things that weren't finalized before.
Yeah, and has been 3 months. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, once the new.
Is our next session in 2 weeks? I forget what.
Yeah, I can do in 2 weeks' time, so that would be the 3rd for Aussies and 2nd.
Yeah, 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah. If everyone is happy to run a session, I can definitely do one then.
Please.
Yep.
And that will be my birthday weekend as well, actually.
Hey.
Oh, our birthday! Our anniversary!
Yeah, pretty much.
Your anniversary.
Fuck. Alright, well, I'm glad that, we spent the time to have a bit of a check-in with everyone, see how we are with the campaign. I'm feeling, pretty rejuvenated, for lack of a better word, to sort of get back into this. I know we will, after this session, and I think the next, we will be going on a slight break again as a few of us overseas, but I'm sure we'll make do. And yeah, I think hopefully this will make it much easier to jump back into it, despite the breaks. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it's really helped ground us back in what was happening, and
100%.
A good
Yeah.
recap and reflection of where we're at. So good stuff.
Because yeah, I will admit I could not remember where we got up to.
I'll make sure to also upload the 2 other episodes that are missing, so you can review them if you need it.
Yeah, I will definitely do that before the next session.
Yeah. So yeah, this was a very good clip show. Because Matt, you're gonna overlay clips of everything we talked
Edit
about.
in.
It's like, oh yeah, I really like this scene.
Editing magic.
Clip.
It's like,
No, that'd be insane.
The rolls are so bad.
Part where
Come
Marcus rolls
Wow,
two nat ones.
on. Seriously, what the fuck? What the
your rolls are great. What are you talking about? Oh, I guess with the plus 11, it's not that great.
Yeah, I'm like
Why
plus
are you just-
11.
Why are you just rolling perception?
Because I'm like, it should be better.
All right. Well, in that case, we will officially finish up the session, and hopefully we will be back in a fortnight's time. So until then, have a think about what your character wants to do. If you do have time to watch the previous session when Matt uploads it, please do, because I think that'll be helpful for everyone to just sort of have a bit of a reminder of what happened then and what your original skeleton idea was with blowing up the bridge. But yeah, we will see everyone in a fortnight's time. Until then, stay safe where you are. Enjoy your there's not a holiday coming up, but yeah, enjoy your time until we see you all next. Right.
Bye.
Bye.
bye.